You're watching a B.A.
Good morning and welcome. It is Bassmaster Live. We are into the meat of the schedule for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2024. This is our second stop on our Florida swing. The incredible St. Johns River, the most magnificent river in the state of Florida. Palatka, Florida is our fabulous headquarters. Host city here. Takeoff was about an hour ago there, Mark Zona, and we've never been there this time of year before. We don't have bass tournament statistics for here, but it's been fun to watch guys kind of put the puzzle together.
Well, Tommy Sanders, really looking at yesterday, we got to see a lot of diversity, and we thought it would be a way different tournament. Well, if you look at 3 out of the top 4 leaders, probably the biggest community hole that you and I have covered the last 20 years
Absolutely.
On the St. Johns River. So as much as the time of year is different, we will see a lot of the same things. And the biggest thing is there was a lot of big sight fish caught yesterday. Will that hold out for some of those leaders? And will they have more company, Tommy?
That's right. It's sight fishing, the guy right there, the man topping the leaderboard with 28 pounds and 8 ounces. Caleb Sumrall there, can he do it again? He has questions, and everyone has questions. I think they're still putting it together. Everybody's developing their plan A and also thinking about a plan B, as we have 103 anglers going out today on the second day, as always. Very, very important day because you have to be in the top 50 at the end of it to fish on into the weekend. They've been fishing, as we say, for about an hour. Well, they launched about an hour ago. Fishing for probably the better part of that, depending on where they're going. Some anglers making a long run. We followed some way, way upstream yesterday, but there is your leaderboard as it stands right now. Caleb Sumrall, look at that. That's his weight from yesterday, 28 pounds and 8 ounces. He's not on the board yet today. Wes Logan of Alabama. Corey Johnston having a great tournament here. He has done very well here in years past. Caleb Kufal, Bill Lowen, Matt Airy, Trey McKinney, who was a man on fire, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points leader, Mark Menendez, another great record here. Kyle Welcher, saw him catch a giant here to debut basically on the Bassmaster Elite Series a few years ago. And Jake Whitaker. Now, Trey McKinney is an interesting story now. We spent a lot of time with him yesterday, but today he's spending a little time extra at the dock. Davey High joins us to explain.
Okay, so we are here at Palatka, Florida, St. Johns River with leading angler of the year, Trey McKinney. He's already got a win, 19 years old, the youngest to ever win a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament. And this looks a little different. I mean, you're good, but everybody else is fishing and you're taking a little break this morning. Tell us a little bit about it.
So, yeah, it was more or less, it was a mistake. I did do it. It was a bridge, and in the briefing they had said something about it. And I didn't get it, I ran underneath it, so it's part of it. We're taking a penalty right now of an hour and a half. We probably got an hour and a half to run, there and back. So, I mean, we're going to suffer quite a bit on time today, but that's just, it's part of it. We're going to have to make the best of it. We're going to go out there, we're going to run down there, we're going to try to catch them quick. Maybe, and even today if I catch 12 pounds, 12 pounds, make it till tomorrow. And then we can go swing, right? Yeah. So then we got time. There's no way you can be negative about it. I done what I done, and we're hopefully gonna make up, catch 12 to 15 pounds. If so, if not, hopefully we can just slide into the cut, something like that, so we can go fishing tomorrow. But it's gonna be interesting. We got a little long run. We're gonna run to basically the off limits and work our way back.
Cool. So I want to talk a little bit about the trestle, I guess it is. I fished here in Elite Series tournaments. I know exactly where it is. It's not like, it does not have a sign because it's not illegal to run it. I mean, if you were just a casual angler or if you were just out, fishing, then you can legally run it. So I do want to clarify that. But bass, out of an abundance of caution, it is a little like when you run under there, because I've done it, when I was here before fishing B.A.S.S tournaments, it's like, whoa, this is a little low. So, I just want to make that clear. It's not like there was a big no wake sign and you ran right by, but it is clearly in the briefing sheet or whatever. So it's a mistake. We all make mistakes. I don't think anyone fishing, in fact, I know no one fishing can say they've never made a mistake. So it's not the end of the world. Like your positive attitude about it. And it's all good. It's just another hurdle. That's why winning Rookie of the Year, winning Angler of the Year, those things are tough because there's a lot that goes on through the whole Elite Series season.
Yes, sir. And it's like it is. There's ups and downs. Like I said, we're just Lord willing. This tournament, a lot of people, the points are going to get kind of shaky. It seemed like a lot of the guys who were top didn't do as good. Some of the guys below done better, So it's this tournament would be good if I can, stay up there in the top quarter in the points. So, we're just going to go out there. We're going to have fun today. There's no reason of stressing about it. Yesterday, I was all stressed out I never made a long run before. I had never done any of this. I didn't know how much gas I was going to burn. I was like losing my mind. Usually I'm a good mental state on it, but I was losing it. I didn't really know what to expect. So now I have confidence. I can run down there wide open and not be able to have to fill up and just switch tanks when I get halfway back, and I'm good. So I got confidence in that. I know where I'm going to be fishing. So we're just going to go have a good day. That's all we can say. We're going to run down there, hopefully catch some bass. Hopefully catch some big bass, and just, we're going to have a good day.
Cool. Trey McKinney, leading angler of the year. A little delay, already eating your biscuits and gravy and all that stuff, so I might run get a pizza or something for us. We'll hang out. Good job.
That's Trey McKinney. 20 pounds and 14 ounces yesterday. Starts the day in 6th place. He still maintains it says 20 pounds and 14 ounces. No pounds penalty, no points penalty or anything for that. Rookie mistake, I guess you'd call it, Mark.
And the other side of that is consistency of the rules on the Bassmaster Elite Series. I walked in the studio this morning and I said, I remember a tournament with Scott Rook, and there were others that ran a no wake, and it was the same thing. It was a penalty infraction that they had a certain time duration that they had to sit in the penalty box, just like this. So the consistency was there with the ruling on this. But the other side, how does this affect Trey McKinney? If you were with us yesterday on Bassmaster Live, the biggest thing with his bite is he climbed on him very, very quickly. Topwater bait and a glide bait. Losing that 90 minutes could highly affect that. But there was a presence of cloud cover that could make that bite go a little bit longer. But I heard Ronnie say something during the Facebook Live with Trey McKinney, and Ronnie, you know the whole situation. You knew it last night. You made the comment that they're watching him. Who is this they?
Well,
Who's they?
It's good. The most of the rules on the Bassmaster Elite Series are ones that you have to govern yourself, or there's not referees out there on the water determining it. So anglers have to obviously keep each other accountable. And Gerald Swindle saw him run through that no wake zone there. That probably, especially in the takeoff order, if everyone's going down the river and somebody doesn't stop, it's noticeable who could be that person. So Swindle reports it to Lisa Talmadge. Lisa calls Trey McKinney. Trey admits to it 100% because, like he said, he was unaware because he did not read all of the tournament director's due diligence. And so, like you said, Tommy, a rookie mistake, but one that won't hurt him too tremendously. It may hurt him a little bit today, but 90-minute penalty, still well within the cut and on par to be able to do well.
He'll be underway, and then within the next half
He ought
hour.
not to done that.
No,
he ought not to done that.
That target is big when you're AOY and it's your 4th event of the season, no doubt about it.
Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, and of course is Mark Zona, Ronnie Moore, Mike Such-Sukan as well. And guys, we yesterday we had 28 pounds and 8 ounces. That's on track to beat any total we've had here. Of course, projections like that are a fool's errand, but still pretty impressive.
Well, and the one thing, if you look at Caleb Sumrall right there in the northwest corner of Lake George, that is probably the most popular area of the 110-mile stretch of the St. Johns River. Salt Springs is very, very popular for sight fishing, and the reason why I said his exact location, in the post-game report yesterday, Caleb Sumrall gave it up and said there was only one angler when he went in there yesterday. Years past, there has been 30, 40 boats in there. Pulled in there yesterday, only Corey Johnston and then Matt Airy a little bit later. So these 3 anglers had Salt Springs all to themselves on day number 1, Bassmaster Live.
Well, let's get out to them right now. We're in
Hold
the
on,
boat.
somebody's
Corey
joined
Johnston.
them.
You could see the fish in the middle of that bed right there in that crater.
Perspective mode.
That hole, that crater right in the center. See the fish to about 5 o'clock. He's hooked up, actually. Bassmaster.
That's how we start the day right there. God, I love that. 1 flippers. Frickin' donk to start the day. Frickin' right.
Corey Johnston felt like this bite was burned up yesterday between him, Sumrall, and Matt Airy, and made the comment he actually, get ready, might go fishing for schoolers south of Lake George in the main river.
How about that?
Deciding not to do that.
Bold.
Bold. That would have been a bold move. I was interesting when he said that, but deciding to start where he did his damage yesterday. These fish are a little bit deeper. These beds are 4 to 5 feet of water. The other thing is, we are on the tail end. Like we're on the, the last few spawners in this area. Very hard to catch.
They had a good start. Caught a big one right off the hop, like a 1 flipper. Can't really see yet though. It's sun's not up high enough. But we are gonna make the best of it.
Corey has excelled since the first time he competed here in 2019. 8th place in his debut at the Elite Series.
So right
2
now,
17th places after that.
Since I can't see, I'm looking at my perspective and trying to decipher what's a tilapia and what's a bass. That's the hardest part. Kind of gotta cast at all of them and see. You can kind of tell by the way that they act on the screen. Ones that stay tight to the bed and move real slow tend to be the bass.
Well, I know we saw that with Scott Martin earlier this year, but that was a great shot. You actually got to see the fish swim off the bed with his bait on that perspective. Very cool.
Chris Saldane's making a move. Started 33rd with about 15 pounds. He's 2/3 of the way there with a 5.8 and a 4.8. He's up to 3rd place.
That's a good 10 pounds to kick off your day.
On 2
and
fish.
Should 25 pounds would be just below, or what did you say his weight was
He
yesterday?
started 15 pounds.
Yeah, so 25 pounds for 2 days would just be right below the approximate cut already this morning. So he's well on his way to fishing tomorrow.
Jordan Lee, who was 40th,
Move
caught a
downstream
4.12, trying to run down Trey McKinney in the AOI.
And we are going to definitely be at number 500 for Rick Clun. As long as he is still competing in this event, we're going to have a camera with him, getting a good look at that lock right there into Rodman. Not a lot of leaders in Rodman on day number 1.
Surprisingly.
Very surprising.
A place where you can sort of escape the effects of the tide.
Yep.
A lot of targets there, a lot of habitat that you would deem great for this fishery.
What's it, a few miles? A few miles once you get in there before the lake opens up and separates, which people,
Well,
if you're a Rick Clun and you're wanting to fish in the river like you did a little bit yesterday before getting to the lake, then you definitely don't want to be one of the first boats to leave the lock, because that's just going to impede your process. You might as well roll up a little bit after as well.
we had talked about it yesterday, a lot of anglers that don't have history of the St. John's and where it goes down on the river itself, gambling that Rodman would play. And so far in this tournament, it has played a little bit, but like we said, quality not there as we have seen in years past.
Absolutely. We're going to be on Rick Clun all day. We do it unapologetically. It's a career like, hey, that transcends fishing. I mean, where in sports are you going to find a career with an arc like that? So many years of excellence and achievement, being a leader in the sport.
It was interesting to hear that he was actually pretty keyed up yesterday.
Yeah, well, a lot of extra
keyed up
attention.
Rick Clun still is very laid back, man.
Yeah, that's right.
Here we go. Gonna head back down to the northwest side of Lake George. Corey Johnston with a good one in his boat. Caleb Sumrall did make the comment, even though he caught a very big bag in here yesterday, he definitely saw a few more, not big numbers. He said a lot of these fish, if you watch them, just like that fish Corey Johnston caught on the very tail end. They're skinny, not loaded up with eggs.
Come on, baby.
That's what I'm talking about. 8 pounds, 8 ounces yesterday. And here's the interesting thing with that. I think he was boat 99.
Yeah, he was.
And said when he came in here,
shocked.
He was shocked. Because, Tommy, you've been...
it's...
Besides only seeing Corey in there, Matt Airy came in a little later in the morning, there are usually 50 locals in there.
Yeah.
He said it was just vacant. And he thought to himself, wow, maybe I made a really bad move coming in here.
Is this still within limits? Is this on the St. John's?
Right.
That's what your first inclination is?
Thinking. Caleb's still looking for his first Elite Series victory. He's been out here since 2018. Gotten very close many times.
Was
several
a
top 5.
Avid competitor in our Open Series, but also because the Louisiana, which is one of the best Bass Nation programs we have in the state and in the country, that state, he's a product of that. So he qualified through the Bass Nation, winning the championship at Hartwell.
Kind of very happy we covered the Trey McKinney thing. I've kind of always thought when there's a rule infraction of any sort, it should be out there.
Oh, for sure.
Absolutely.
100%.
Yeah. It's part of it. Caleb here, last visit here in 2022 was very fruitful. Great day number 1, but can he do it again? We caught up with him this morning.
Getting back into our area this morning. We had a great day yesterday. We caught 28.5 pounds. Just looking at him, man, just rolled up on the juice yesterday, it seemed like. Got to get back in there today and see if it's still going down. I think there's more left. I hope. I really caught every one I saw yesterday. But I did see some other ones swimming around, so if they're still coming, we could have another good day. It's a little bit windier this morning, which is going to be a factor. I'm fishing for a little bit deeper beds, and anytime you got a ripple in the water, obviously it's harder to see them a little bit, but we're getting our express shallow this morning. We're gonna go in there. I see the tide's falling. Got a little current coming off the pole right now. I really feel like when the tide came up yesterday in here, gave those fish a little bit more water over their heads, they really got right. And I'm gonna hope and work hard for some more this morning. We got about a 15-minute idle in here, and we're gonna go back into the spring and troll around with our power pole move and sneak around and try to catch a big old bag for you guys.
Caleb Sumrall, as Bronny said, his Bass Nation Louisiana roots help him a lot. His Louisiana roots also make him very comfortable in tidal-affected fisheries. He understands that process very, very well. A man who understands just about every aspect of professional bass fishing in his 50th year competing out here in his 500th tournament. Rick Clun.
Man, you want to see him make it to
absolutely.
semifinal Saturday tomorrow.
Oh, no kidding. That would be terrific. We'd happily cover him again if he can get up into our top 10. Wouldn't that be great?
I would accept another tuning up of who we think was Steve Bowman too on the water.
We got to see a shot of that
Let's go.
before the day is over. Still got the fire, there's no doubt about it. The one and only Rick Clun, that and so much more when we come back to the St. Johns River.
Caleb Sumrall, Bassmaster Elite Series Pro. We just wrapped up day one here at the St. Johns River. Had an incredible day on the river. 28.8. I think it's going to have us sitting somewhere around the lead, if not in the lead. You know, just what can I say? It was one of those days. You know, every time I set the hook, it was a good one. I think I'm keying in on the last few bits of the spawning fish, and it's just been fun. And I'm just sliding down the bank. My power pole trolling motor, power pole move, skipping around a Missile Baits 48. That's a great little stick bait. Shimmy's on the way down, and big ones can't resist it. Dude, I seriously had one of the best days of fishing I've ever had in my life. But I'm not trying to get too excited because the job's not finished. I'm going to keep on saying that until the job is finished. We still got work left to do.
Bass Pro Shop's top lures with our tournament leader to start the day, Caleb Sumrall. As a matter of fact, I believe as we look at Bass Track there, yeah, he's still in the lead, although having not put one in the boat yet. Such as the big day he had on day number one. Corey Johnston, we saw him put a big one in the boat to move up into second place there. Chris Zaldane, as Such mentioned before we went to the break, the biggest vertical move on our leaderboard so far this morning, at least at the top part of it, the top 1/4 of it. Let's get back.
Scott Martin is up to 5th place from 27th.
Back to
Live.
Sumrall.
We're just sliding around looking for one, a big one. We acquire a target we'll get right. Need that sun to get up a little higher. It's coming. That wind to stay down.
Excuse me.
And some more bigs to slide up. And we'll have ourselves a day.
Limited practice. Sumrall made the comment he felt Wednesday when they had more
Really
wind.
just, nope.
That helped him.
He said, yeah, absolutely. He said, if somebody came in here on Wednesday and, you know, you get more of a ripple than you see with Corey Johnston right there, these beds in 5 foot of water, they are very, very hard to see. Other thing, listen to Matt Aries, very cool, talking to a lot of the local anglers that fish here. If you go in there and you see all those craters of those tilapia beds, they're big beds. Is when the tilapia actually will vacate those beds, bass will lazily utilize the same bed.
Poles down.
Saw a little of that last week at the
Everything
Harris
off.
chain.
Yeah.
Be snaky, quiet.
There's Trey McKinney. He's almost ready to take a couple of minutes, and he will be out of the penalty period and start his day number 2.
Compared to yesterday morning, he was very calm this morning. Like he was like a cat yesterday morning.
I was afraid he was going to be like climbing the walls there, you know, chewing on the dock or something.
Claw the side of Davy's face during that interview.
Trey McKinney was a big part of the story at the Harris chain. But for the rest of our Harris chain guys, it's been a little tough, bit of a tough week.
Actually, wow, today has already been spicy, to say the least, Such. Granted, we saw Corey catch one on perspective mode, but
you hit a wave wrong at 3 into one of those pillars.
You've heard for the last 10 months so much about forward-facing sonar dominating. Let me read you something real quick. 99th, Austin Felix. 100th, Jeff Gustafson. 101, Koya Fujita. 102, Justin Hamner. 103, JT Tompkins. So here's what I can tell you. It has not been dominant thus far in this event.
Fair to say.
So Call both sides of it.
Although Trey was able to use
He
it to
was.
great effect yesterday,
don't
especially
get me
with those
wrong.
schooling fish.
By Sunday, I'm sure.
Where is your sweet spot? Are you over there?
Yeah, the JT Tompkins thing was so shocking to me.
Very much so. He looked absolutely devastated on the stage with Chris Bose.
You could see
By the
how
way,
he was
Chris
spun out
Bose
yesterday as well.
bringing at that weigh-in yesterday.
Hey, that was
Absolutely.
a breeze. He's used to doing 450
That's right.
anglers with opens, pros, and co's over the last decade.
Hoban Mercer, feeling better. Boy, get a look at those beds. Right there with Corey Johnston.
Moon craters almost.
You could see the fish moving around in
Boy,
between.
they are working in there, aren't they?
Seeing a lot of fish to the right. There's a fish in the middle of that bed, right in the center.
And actually, those black shadows moving, that's what they are. They're shadows. There's really bright fish that you can barely see. You can see one right there, straight ahead, close to the boat. But the shadows show where those bright spots are moving.
I like to promise Corey. Well, is happy with this one.
Oh my God.
You ready? You ready?
Oh, man.
Yeah. Look at the size of that frickin' bass.
Come on.
Are you kidding me right now?
Come on.
Frickin' unbelievable. What is happening right now?
What is happening?
Thank you, perspective. God.
Come on, I can't see.
Frickin' big one. The frickin' male looks like a big one. There's nothing I love more than a one flipper.
That was awesome, Tommy. Absolutely awesome.
I usually don't get too excited, but that got me excited. Just frickin' bit it. God, there's two more back in there. There's another female.
I'll take him at this point.
Jacob Faust with a 4-pounder and a 3-pounder up to 5th place. Same spot he is in the Angler of the Year race right now.
Got Martin in there as well. We saw him yesterday about
did
this
it
time.
again.
Boy, that has Corey way ahead of schedule. Those 2 fish right there. That is amazing. He really did. He did last night. He talked about pulling the plug on this. Thought he burned it down.
Come on. Right now, I'm just having a little trouble finding her sweet spot.
Caleb said he saw some 8s and a 10 in there yesterday.
Yes.
It's one of those deals you might wonder why you kept catching. He has a 5-pound lead today. Why you might catch him instead of just having 23 or 24 and being okay with it. In Florida, it seems
It's
like
Florida.
when you get the opportunity to catch a big bag, you better do it and protect it the rest of the week rather than try to manage fish going forward. You better bust close to 30 when you can. And as Trey is getting ready, strapping rods down, the way the rule is also written for taking a takeoff penalty is when your boat number is called, you pull your kill switch, you're legal, and then that's when the time starts, not from takeoff. So he was boat 59, so once they called him, the time started for the hour and a half. So that's why
We're going past the bottom of the hour.
7:30 isn't necessarily the time.
That's-
It's when he was going through the line.
That's a good explanation.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Heads up. Crush 'em.
Thank you, buddy. See y'all. Thank you, Chris.
Yep. Get 'em.
Well, no wake zone infraction. That's the story that we're looking at right there. Trey McKinney yesterday was called out, reported for running through an area not marked, but noted in the rules of the tournament.
Yes.
It had to be run as a no wake zone, and he was admitted his guilt to that, and the punishment was 90 minutes delayed start today. That time has expired, and there he goes.
Yeah, and he definitely has another run ahead of him. So he's going to lose probably another 90 minutes. So really that in total, about 3 hours of lost time fishing, where 3 hours yesterday, a lot of his damage was already done. Will be interesting to see.
No question.
You heard him. He kind of already had the mental calculator. His goal right now is just to make the day 3 cut. He got a pretty good shot of that. Definitely had a school near our takeoff that he found yesterday afternoon. So still in the driver's seat.
Yeah, we'd be paying attention to this no matter what, but it's enhanced by the fact that Trey McKinney, as you see, our progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year stats, he is on top. In fact, has widened his lead during the course of this tournament. Ahead of Jordan Lee, Corey Johnston there in second place. Story's playing all over. Chris Johnston, his brother, right behind. Tyler Williams, what a terrific year. Terrific 15 months, really. Kyle Norsetter, Jacob Fouts, Cooper Gallant, Wesley Gore, and Hunter Shryock rounding out our top 10 Elite Series Angler of the Year points. Very, very important. That is what everyone is shooting for. It determines so many things about your career, including getting into next year's Classic. Lake Ray, as we approach the midpoint, getting closer and closer to the midpoint of the season, the more this becomes important, but every day counts. And Trey McKinney losing 90 minutes.
100 points from 1st to 10th.
Wow.
3 events in a day, and that is crazy.
Good stuff. We'll be in the boat with 6 of our anglers all day long. The rest of the 100, the rest of the 97 who are remaining have a big job today. Be in the top 50 by the time it's all said and done. The Maxam Bassmaster Elite on the St. Johns River, Palatka, Florida, is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Get ready to wrap up hour number 2 of the fishing here, the first quarter of today's game, you might say. Big game on today. You got to be in the top 50 or moving on out of Florida. All these anglers, these 103 out here, would like to stay. Corey Johnston has certainly made his case that he belongs out here on the weekend. I think he's pretty much locked that down already today.
You see Chris in there.
Oh, there.
That's
there. Coincidence.
I believe Chris did slink on in there yesterday afternoon.
Just saw Corey put a 7-pounder in the boat.
I don't know how big this thing is. Not that big, but I will take it. Skinny little male. We will take what we can get today. Oh, take it easy. Take it.
Corey's got a 4.8 and a 7 out of there. His brother Chris has 2 8-ouncers and a 2-pounder.
Look at that. That you get a fantastic look. Salt Springs right there. We've seen in years past a lot of tilapia beds, obviously a lot of bass beds. Really clear water, but a lot of these fish are in that exact depression that tapers down from 4 to 4.5 feet of water, making them easy to see from a drone, not as easy to see from the deck of your bass boat. Looks like it's got Caleb Sumrall, 2 Johnstons in there right now. Matt Airy has not made his way in there. The majority of what he actually made 4 culls in there yesterday afternoon. That is a great shot of probably one of the most popular areas on this body of water.
So many places to go here, not dozens, but literally hundreds of lakes, including the second biggest lake in Florida, Lake George.
And for, man, I know a lot of our, looking at this Lowrance bird's eye view, I know a lot of our viewers that sight fish a lot. When you get near the tail end of the spawn, and you're kind of on the last wave, where I think we're coming on another full moon, so there are probably going to be a few more fish pulling up. We're obviously seeing that, but the window, that little, every single bed has a sweet spot. And at the beginning of the spawn, earlier in the year, that sweet spot, and this is all relative, but that sweet spot it could be 3 or 4 inches big in a bed. A lot of times when you get near the tail end of the spawn, that sweet spot could be like a 1/2 inch to ignite that fish, to get that fish to react to your bait. A lot tougher to catch near the end of the spawn than they are to the beginning. That was a very, very long explanation where it needed 1 sentence.
Inside the mouth, baby. Good little start. Good morning, day 2.
stick with the game plan. Go to 3 1/4.
Didn't quite get Caleb back in the lead that he surrendered to Corey when Corey caught the 7-pounder.
No, that is a. Yep, you just saw the fish. It is hard to describe where right now. It's to the left of his boat at about 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock. If you have never been there, it honestly looks like you're on the moon.
Yeah.
I just need her to come back. I don't know if she just swam by or what. She was very, very hard to see. I think I see the male. The male's pretty locked. If I can keep my shadow off of her.
This same thing would happen on Cabbage Point at Lake George, but there was so much eelgrass that it was just where there was no eelgrass, those holes in the eelgrass were those craters of beds, and it was absolutely a sight to see as well from above.
Problem is I can't pull down from right here because my back's like kind of off some.
Jacob Fouts just completed his limit with a 312. He's second place with 1512. He's the in Rodman.
Will be interesting to watch these anglers, what else they've got in their pocket going into the weekend. This will be hard pressed to hold.
I see. I see. I see. I see you.
I see you.
How about this move? Jason Christie from 67th to 11th.
Wow.
He's only got 5 for 10 pounds. But
I really don't like where my shadow is right now.
One of the big developing stories that we were talking about this morning was the decision to not go where you caught most of your weight. And yesterday, Matt Airy in our top 5 with 21 pounds decided not to start in his area with Caleb and Corey, but instead said, I'm going to go catch a limit flipping and then show up there.
Yep, basically just been flipping a 5-inch stick worm, black and blue. Pretty much St. John's 101. Catching a limit yesterday morning, then culling 4 times in Salt Springs. And looks like that is going to be the exact same game plan. Wait for that sun to get up a little bit, and then I'm sure we'll see him in Salt Springs here in the near future. Small limit for Matt Airy early this morning.
His best finish was here in 2019, 7th place, back to Corey Johnston.
Get a look at that fish in the center of your screen, middle of that bed.
Should be eating it.
Saw it just make a big turn. It's interesting listening to Corey say, being able to tell the difference between the tilapia and the largemouth in that area. The tilapia, when you throw into their beds, dart and move very fast. The largemouth are way more lazy, slow.
That's Corey Johnston's view from above.
Oh, is that Wes Miller out there droning?
Oh,
that
I
is
bet.
Fantastic.
Keeps turning on it.
Tommy, if we can get a camera underwater off the side of that bed, we would have all angles covered.
I don't know what are we waiting on? Why are we
Tilapia,
holding
but it
off on
keeps
that?
Spinning on it. Oh, he just had it. God. It ain't no tilapia. He's gonna get it here.
That is cool. Seeing that fish carry his bait off the bed.
Nearby Chris Johnston just landed a 3.5 pounder to get up to 6th place. Filled his limit. Jordan Lee just knocked him down one with his second 4+ pound fish. Jordan Lee's got over 10 pounds today on 3 fish.
Checking in on Rick Clun. We're going to be with him all day, of course. Big milestone week for him. And for the sport, really.
A lot of Clun's work yesterday with jerk bait and a crankbait.
Not a bad start.
Yes, 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 yes.
What do you think on him? I'm afraid to guess myself.
Yeah, based on history.
1 to 103, just aiming for the same thing, trying to get in that top 50 on today. Certainly doable from where he started today, just outside there. We'll be able to track his progress and celebrate his career all at the same time. We got time to do it all here. 8 hours of fishing here on the St. Johns River. Corey Johnson, though, taking over the lead from Caleb Sumrall over the course of the past hour. Definitely both of those guys are around him. Jacob Fouts has got something pretty special going on. Obviously, big move up the leaderboard from outside the top 10.
This is a top 10 full of Chris's and Caleb's, Tommy.
I know, too.
It is.
Caleb's are just all over the place. Matt Harry, Wes Logan, and Jordan Lee. Look out always for Jordan Lee on the move this morning. Great day at the Maxam Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River. This is day number 2. That's the leaderboard, unofficial though it may be, standing right now with Corey Johnston of Canada on top. Jacob Fouts into 2nd place. Caleb Sumrall started with our lead today. He's down to 3rd place.
Yes.
But look at the top 10. It's all about the top 50 today, but it's impossible not to look at the top 10. 6 new faces in the top 10 have replaced other folks in the course of just a couple of 3 hours of fishing here. And Jacob Fouts, chief among them. Matter of fact,
right.
It's going to be Jacob Fouts.
Wow.
Going to take over our Mercury Move of the Day status. Why not?
Paper boy has turned into the mailman because he has delivered.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm back. And I'm recharged. Mercury Move of the Day.
OG Stank.
Good
From
news.
18th all the way up to 2nd place. Getting it done early today. And interestingly enough, Tommy, one of those anglers fishing in Rodman, there's a bunch of boats in there, getting his work done quickly today between 8:25 and 9 a.m. Mercury Move of the Day, young Jacob Fouts.
A great
15-12.
season, too. He's 6th in the AOI.
Yes.
Yeah.
Much needed.
Caleb
Learn
Kufal
something.
is having a much-needed tournament here. It's been
Yes.
a while. He's had
No
some
doubt about
great
it.
years. He and Wes Logan sort of intertwined in history, both of them part of a big push in 21 rounds built around Lake Gunnersville.
And Neely,
Neely
back-to-back
Henry.
Alabama
Right.
events, yeah.
Most of Kufal's fish yesterday afternoon, fishing a lot of Main River pads. Did a lot of damage after 11 o'clock. Bladed jig. Look for that to play. He started on those pads, didn't happen.
Had a slow start to the season, was deep, 94th in the AOI points. Jumped up 20 spots yesterday.
Can't hardly have a tournament without a Wisconsin guy doing well anymore.
Yeah.
Just that's the way it is.
The big key is if you've had 2 or 3 bad ones and you have a great one, you have to follow it up with another one like at Murray. The next event's got to be a good one for Kufal to counteract the poor performances to start.
Yep. Back to Rodman Reservoir and Rick Clun.
Well, that fish is trying to put that silver spider into his hand. You saw it right there.
He's a
Tommy
mean one.
Sanders. He is.
Mean one. "16 wins for Rick Clun, course of his career here, including 4 Bassmaster Classics, and the last 2 of them took place right here at the St. Johns River, 2016.
Yeah, and what's always been interesting to watch Rick, he's one of those anglers that will ignore a lot of the spawning bass on bodies of water like this, getting it done with a bladed jig in that tournament in 2016. Backing it up the next time the Bassmaster Elite Series came to the St. Johns River, spinnerbait, the big worm, made the comment, this little stretch on the north end of Lake George, if he was left alone, he felt he could win the tournament. Actually said that the day before competition. You know, almost like he was a wizard. Fortune teller, Rick Clun pulling it off.
Soothsayer, 34 pounds on day 3, just incredible.
What's absolutely crazy is his 2 victories here. He had about 61 to 62 pounds after 3 days of competition in both of them. One of them he had to lead by a few pounds, and one of them he was trailing by 10 pounds, and he won both of those events, obviously with giant days on day 3 and then day 4 for his second victory.
Back down at the Salt Springs area, this certainly celebrating it today, this corner of this fishery. Busy area from above,
Absolutely.
it looks like.
Cameraman Wes Miller. And he is stating those are bass, and it's hard to decipher.
Well, he's better
Or if they
eyes
are,
than me.
there's another wave coming in.
Yeah. Just, what an incredible place. That water is beautiful and affords us this look.
We were out at an island in Lake Ontario once, and Wes had the drone up, and he said, "There's hundreds swimming at you right now." And there was a whole school of carp. Those actually did. That had a little bit of shape of bass right there. So who knows? Fun to watch them, though.
Well, they are patrolling, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And
a
it's
move.
Definition of a wolf pack right there, Tommy.
Yep.
Gorgeous, gorgeous aerials today.
See your big tilapia beds have been the focus of so much of the action here today. It's just a great scene. A rare deal. Get a load of it here because we won't see that.
It was so peaceful.
The rest of the season.
Hey, how about a Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert? Chris Johnston, a 5.5 pounder, gets him up to 4th place.
Is Chris cannibalizing Corey's area?
Unreal.
What is
Certainly
going
not.
on?
They share.
They do share. Mm-hmm.
That might be the worst thing ever if you're on them and one of the Johnsons is nearby, knowing that they're great in their own right, but then there's another
They're going to
one
reproduce.
coming.
They're going to split and make 2. Yeah.
There is another one coming. Oh, that's a great shot right there. A lot of those big fish. You see the depression to the right. A lot of those fish on the rim, the depression of that. We've seen that in years past. Places like Harris Chain.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of those.
The chain.
All the topographies.
Those BFAs scare the fire out of me.
Well, you know.
Gosh, there it is.
I was not sure where we're going.
Corey Johnson on the upper left and Caleb Sumrall. Upper right, of course, that's Rick Clun.
Really, yesterday, From about this time on was when
She
a lot
is.
of the damage was
They're
done.
coming on the bed to look at it.
In Salt Springs, sun got high, a little bit warmer. Yeah, and you can't fail to notice the party that this Google map picture. I actually
Whoa.
noticed that before we went live this morning. I'm like, wow, that is the place, Tommy.
That is not today, though.
You know,
Last night.
I
Wow.
have a penchant for
No.
pontooning, sandbars.
It kind of rivals, what is it, Muscamut in the Jobby Nooner?
No,
at
that
St.
does,
Clair?
no, that does not.
No.
That does
That's
actually
the
not.
entire Salt Springs would have to be that.
Yes, that does not. I've seen Muscamut and the Jobby Nooner party. Much larger than that.
It's
And
a time.
it's a place for everybody to go to one time.
Yeah.
Right.
People like to gather.
Four and a half pounder gets Brandon Card in our top 10. Didn't have that far to climb. He started 13th.
Scott Canterbury keeps coming up.
Oh no, I threw over her back. Please swim out of there.
Yeah, he was an ounce shy of 20 pounds yesterday.
Oh, get ready. Get ready, dude. Oh, I just messed that up.
Caleb Sumrall starting the day with the lead. Big day yesterday, 28 pounds and 8 ounces. Maybe a little behind that schedule, but he said he kind of upgraded for the better part of the day, catching a good one every hour or so. So we'll see how his schedule turns out today.
And we have
was worried whether it would work.
Absolutely. Actually have Trey McKinney has made his way to the bottom of Lake George, so has probably about another 15 to 20 minutes, should be up and fishing.
Start to see results from him, I would imagine, before too long. Corey Johnston on top right now, and Jacob Fouts making the big move so far on day number 2.
Yep.
McIntyre, Bassmaster Elite. This is the 4th chapter of that big book of 2024 for the Bassmaster Elite Series, and this is the 2nd day of competition. Our live coverage here. So happy to bring it to you. Sponsored by Rapala. We have seen plenty already. Got an eye full of what this place can offer. Here on day number 2, following top 6 anglers. Also Rick Clun. Big milestone week for him on board the Sport. Oh, there's finally the music.
Right.
Finally.
Yeah, well, I think this one's fairly easy this morning, friendos. Yeah. Corey Johnston, cameraman Brian Evie earlier today. Corey Johnston made the comment, thought he burned down Salt Springs yesterday, but he's going to give it one more peekaboo. Big one right here. Using his perspective mode.
Size of that frickin'
Getting
bass.
it done. Unofficially a 7-pounder. Corey Johnston. Power pole replay of the morning. Corey Johnston. J-Dubs packaging that up for us.
Way to go, J-Dub. Jonathan getting it.
Way to go,
as always.
Jonathan.
Brings it.
I'm fired up.
Trying to get spun around on this fish here so my son's at my back so I can see a little bit better. I just went over the bed and she's sitting right there, and just went over this other bed and there's a 7-pounder just swam off of it.
Corey was 43rd last week at the Harris chain. Before that, in 6 elite events, all in the top 25.
Wow.
That's pretty impressive.
Oh, he is gonna.
I mean, she is in the bed.
He is gonna need that perspective mode with that little ripple on the water.
Ray Hanselman coming in with a couple big fish, a 4.12 and a 5.5. It's 2 fish. He's up to 17th or 7th place from 20th.
Oh, that is a dazzling aerial right there. Notice another thing, Tommy, is that bed's at about 11 o'clock. Staying way off of these fish, way off of them. Bed he is targeting looks like it's about 20 to 25 feet right off the nose of his boat.
With McKinney without a fish, 29th, he's making his way down. And Jordan Lee being in our top 10, he is on Bass Track, has overtaken him momentarily for the AOI lead.
Okay.
Corey's still just 4 fish at this point too, so. Includes though a 7 and a 4.5 pounder. He and his brother, who's back there somewhere. 3 and 4 in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points.
It's amazing.
To start today.
We see the first Canadian Angler of the Year this season. Almost close, a few years ago.
Say very possible.
Yep. Look at the rest of the year.
We're still waiting for a Canadian to win a largemouth tournament as well, with Cooper Gallant winning the Cherokee Open, Jeff Gustafson winning in Knoxville on all smallmouth, Chris and Corey winning on the St. Lawrence River in various bass levels.
Everyone was amazed by these two doing so well down here in the St. Lawrence. When they first came, they said, look, this is the way we fished.
Yeah.
We grew up learning. Yeah.
First
Growing
ever
up.
elite event was this St. John's
Smallmouth
event.
didn't play like they do now, back when we were kids.
Well, while we wait for Corey Johnston to maybe land his limit fish like Tommy Sanders was saying, I want to bring into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge to set the tone on what we've seen at the St. Johns River the last few times we've been here. We mentioned it. We've been here 4 times in the month of March, and that was 2011, 2012, 2014, and 2016. Then we started coming here in the month of February when we moved the Bassmaster Classic back to the month of March. So when we've been here, the big fish always show up early in the event. One of the biggest fish of the tournament is normally within the first 2 days of competition, and then the biggest bags of the tournament will show up later in the tournament. Just like we have a 25 to 28 pound leading bag, we'll always see a 30 pound bag sometime on Saturday or Sunday. But the big bass of the tournament will happen today or yesterday based on history. We will see how it plays out though. But Jake Whitaker's 715, you'd have to imagine we will see a bigger fish than that. But when it comes to Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing and Falcon Rods Drain the Lake, you're really not quite sure who it could come from. It could come from one of the sight fishing anglers that we see in Salt Springs. It could come from someone like John Cox making the longest run of anyone, or one of those highly, pressured contingents in Rodman Reservoir. That could be where the big fish comes from. But in past years at the St. Johns River, we had a 913 from Brandon Cobb the last time we were here, and that overtook Caleb Sumrall's 9¼ pound fish. That was big fish for one of the days of competition. Then the prior year in 2021, we had a 9.8 from not only Derek Hudnall, but also Brandon Palnick. They tied for the biggest bass. 10-1 from Kyle Welcher in his debut on the Bassmaster Elite Series in that 3-day weather-shortened tournament that was low weight as well. We saw a 10-1 get caught. And then an 11-2 by John Cruz in 2019 when Rick Clun won this event. So you have to think that we're going to see a 9-pounder, maybe a double digit, but the only thing going against us is it is the tail end of the spawn. Not all the big fish are on the bed. Not all the big fish are to their maximum weight we'll see all year. Some of them may be a little skinnier, which may lend us to maybe having an 8-pounder. But, Tommy, I don't think Jake can be comfortable with a 715 to win big bass this week for those bonus points.
That is the one thing, watching that weigh-in yesterday, a lot of post-spawn fish. A lot of post-spawn fish.
Just like Harris J.
We had 5 7-pounders.
There's the connection we were talking about at the bottom 2 screens. Wes Logan back in 21, won at Neely Henry, came back the next week to finish second at Guntersville to the man on his left, Caleb Kufal.
We're always talking about wanting to have variety on Bassmaster Live, and we are through 3 elite events and the Classic, and then after today, we'll be halfway through the 4th event. So basically 4.5 events so far this season, and we've already had 60 different Elite Series anglers on Bassmaster Live with a camera in the boat.
For better than average,
that is,
right? Yeah.
We have had a lot of different players, even if some of the techniques that have dominated have been the same thing week to week at times. We have seen a good mixture of anglers for sure, 60 already.
Wow.
And I think Sumrall, Kufal, Logan, Corey Johnston, and Matt Airy, 5 of our 6, this is their first day on camera this year for Bassmaster Live.
That's right.
Wind is going to be detrimental to our health today.
You heard it right there, Caleb Sumrall.
Long day.
Said that little ripple is going to be a big, big problem.
I just can't see if they're in there for sure.
Well, I think we're going to leave.
I can get locked in on one. I feel like I can catch it.
Looked at weather, west winds coming about 7 miles an hour, but it's going to lower. It's going to decrease once we get past 11 o'clock.
Oh, beautiful.
Not very much, maybe to 5 miles an hour. It might be.
There's your TH Marine Weather Watch. Current, not current, but today's expectations, 91 degrees. Tommy, the high today.
Looking at that weather right there.
Yeah.
And Such making the comment that we are going to have decreasing winds. This has been the best weather forecast we have ever had at the St. Johns River.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Rick Clun hooked up again.
Stability?
Stability, fogless, everything.
Whoa, dang it, you said the word, Tommy.
It's not going to be a problem.
That's
Better?
a good one. That is a good one.
Flipped him into my camera.
Yeah.
He's got to be over 3.
I almost felt like he stared Bowman down right there for a second.
Stay away. See the targets. You see the targets. You see them.
Hey,
can't everybody see them?
Stay off the targets.
Don't.
He was, yeah, but he must have followed it because he didn't hit it right on it. He hit it out away from it.
Won a second classic up Lake Toho area in Florida. Let's take a look now at his second win in the state of Florida. Taking you back in time to 1983, I believe it is.
Clun, the tournament leader, the only B.A.S.S angler to ever win 3 Bassmasters Classics.
Here he is, folks. The leader of our tournament with 45 pounds, 2 ounces this morning with a limited bass, Rick Clun. Rick is, he has a man behind him by 7 pounds called Roland Martin. Today's weight for Ricky Clun, 11 pounds, 15 ounces.
You win at Okeechobee, you win at Toho, you win 2 times at the. You got Florida cred. No, there's just no doubt about it.
I thought about this yesterday, though. If you really look across the board, the dude has won everywhere.
Everywhere.
Chameau Bay up on Lake Ontario. Unbelievable.
The U.S. Open.
Absolutely.
Yes. Lake Mead. 110 degrees.
Yeah. All the way as far west as you can go, as far north as you can go, as far south as you can go in fish bass tournaments. Trey McKinney has just arrived to his area.
Okay.
Just got word from his marshal, Brian. Appreciate the update there. So 9:42. If he left the dock around 8:38, about an hour and 10 minutes for him.
We were out, of course, with Rick yesterday.
Yes, we were.
Day 1 on the St. Johns River. A lot of hoopla going on. I'm surprised he could concentrate on the job at hand, but he certainly did.
Yeah, you could see there was some nerves yesterday with Rick Clun, getting it done with a jerkbait, forward-facing sonar, and a crankbait throughout the day. Sheet of glass. Maybe that little wind will help Rick out today, but.
Are you surprised with as much experience he has in the river? I know he might not have the dollar pads or those different regions in the docks anymore. that he has gone to Rodman both days and put all his eggs in that basket?
Rick did say that he had a absolutely miserable practice this time around in a lot of those historical areas where he's done damage in years past. You know, a lot of stuff that revolved around Rick's victories here where it was eelgrass oriented, so that is out the window. So he has gone definitely to hard cover in Rodman and still hanging in the game.
See our fast track based leaderboard right there. That's all estimate as we take you down through the top 10 and into the second 10 today. You see Kyle Welcher, some great memories here as well. Steve Kennedy, make a little bit of a move up the leaderboard. Chris Logan, Matt Harry falling out of the top 10. Ben Milliken had a tough tournament at the Harris chain last week.
Had some
come back from that a little bit.
Had to get a ride in yesterday. Made sure that
Clun, 37th place. That's hold on, keep in there, make it to the weekend, Rick Clun.
You know, Tommy is beautiful music, but I'm going to call out Greg Hackney. We had him at about 12 pounds. I'm gonna coin him right now the worst bass track estimator of his weight in the history of Bassmaster.
How intentional is it? Totally?
It is totally intentional.
Totally
and that's how he is on and off the water.
Wow.
Thank you for joining day number 2, St. John's River, Bassmaster Live.
About to finish the third hour of fishing for these 103 anglers here. The Maxam Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River. That's your leaderboard right now. And look at the 32nd place there. That is Trey McKinney. When we started at 7 a.m. local time, he was one of the stories because he did not start at 7 a.m. local time. He had to serve a penalty period of 90 minutes because he ran a feature in the lake upstream that was not marked as a no wake, but the tournament rules stated it was, and those are the rules, and he admitted to it, and so he had to serve that. But a while back, he got loose, and he's made it to his spot, right, Ronnie?
Yeah, about an hour and 20 minutes ago, he was able to leave, and about 10 minutes ago, he arrived. His Marshal Brian gave us that update that he is there looking for his schools of fish because yesterday, guys, he started off strong with some top water, and they were fired up.
Yes, definitely lit them up early, and that's the one thing we talked about yesterday morning. Trey McKinney was very nervous about his schools of fish upriver on the St. John's, fishing what he called wave trenches, depressions, where a lot of these schools would gang up, catching them on a sexy dog, and then backing them up with a glide bait. And the one thing that we did talk about yesterday morning, he had to let these schools rest and get his job done early. Really, the majority of his damage was in the boat by about 10 a.m. Day number 1 of competition. That was a big one right there. Then he backed it up with this glide bait fish, and we made the comment, if he doesn't capitalize on that morning bite, which obviously not able to with that time penalty this morning, how would these fish react? Well, we're going to find out today. I know Ronnie's getting reports for us.
Whoa, you asked me to.
Day number 1, but he has slid down into the 30s. Trey McKinney.
Trey McKinney, of course, big story all year long here. Bassmaster, Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year list sees him on top of there, just as he is on top of the AOY points list. Trey McKinney with an expanding of the lead during the course of the day. Tyler Williams not performing as well as he has through the first 3 events. Trey thus has a bigger lead in that one.
You feel like today is an important day in that young man's career. Not only for the season, but just to see how he rebounded. He was very calm with Davey Height this morning, but today's going to be a pretty important day for him, no doubt.
Word is that he got down there and one of his schools of fish is not there anymore, or they have moved off of that, and so he's on to school number 2, and he sees them there, but not nearly as grouped up as they were before. So just getting situated as Takuito flies.
See, that's what
by.
Rick Clun said. I can tell if the young angler is good until I can't tell that he's good until he hits a big chunk of adversity.
Well, it's early in his career, so he hit adversity early. But Such, give me a second. Let's get to Rodman with Rick Clun before fishing his live well.
Let's get a limit.
Trying.
He's painting
Direct
a
and
picture.
try. I love it.
It's a bad day for the rookies yesterday. 3 of them fell out of our top 40 that'll go to the Classic. We had JT being last, Tyler 84th.
Rick Clun just put a pretty good one in the boat about 20 minutes ago.
And I'll make it clear, I am not going to come to odds with you on Rick Clun's 500. Tommy said.
No, I'm not. No,
That's a limit.
I think you're well within your.
Fish number 5 for Rick.
And we talked about it, Tommy. Started off the Florida Swing grade at Harris Chain, a 20th place finish, his first top 20 since the fall of 2020 at Lake Fork, when we saw him jump out as the day 1 leader.
Again, one of the greatest careers, wow, not just in bass fishing, any sports career. It's 50 years as a pro, not just on the edges, not just a senior member or a honorary title. He's working. He's been out there for 500 tournaments. Think of what his career earnings would be if he had had that career starting in, say, 1995.
Absolutely.
Incredible. 4 Classic wins, holds the record, co-holder of the record. That very important stat right there. Got himself an Angler of the Year as well.
I think we did the math. If you added up, you have 16 B.A.S.S wins, 123 top 10s. If you added up his Bassmaster Classics and what they netted him back then versus what it would have been now on the current $300,000 per, add about $1.1 million to his career total.
Yeah, half of those Classics were won when they were still weighing in the parking lot.
And what's really weird, at least from the time that I know you've covered Rick longer, but from the times that in the last 5 years, that there is a awesome sense of humor in there.
Oh yeah, oh tremendous.
I can tell you 20 years ago I would never get it.
No, let the young guys talk. I've used up all my talking. This is my 500 tournament. I'm gonna fish it like it was my first. I never opened my mouth.
So there was Rick when he won on Falcon.
It's the best days is when I don't say a word.
Is that where he won, was Falcon?
Yeah, 2013?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Unfortunately, for the sport nowadays, they got a lot of kids who want to talk.
Combs won that.
He got second. He was leading before they can't postpone the day.
So Mike McInnes produced, we used to produce, remember we did the Winning Ways?
Sure.
And it was 2 or 3 tournaments after that Falcon tournament, we were doing Winning Ways. And Mike said, hey, I need you to do a sit down with Rick about Falcon. And I walked up to him. And evidently he had just lost and I don't know what body of water we were on, but he just lost a 6 to 7 pounder. I remember telling you this. And I walked up, I said, Rick, can you do a quick 40-minute, interview with us from Falcon? And he tuned me up pretty good, right? And I laughed and I walked away. And this is no joke. He said this was like a year ago. He's like, there was one time I still have a problem with how I was with you. And he goes, I'm really sorry. He goes, do you know what time that was? I said, you lost a 7-pounder on a frog off a laydown and you couldn't collect yourself at the weigh-in. He goes, you totally remember that.
That's cool.
I said, Rick, I hold a grudge, bro. Right?
Everyone has had an experience kind of like that, because when he's on site for a tournament,
he's there for
one reason.
And so sometimes we don't take account for that.
No, we're not respectful of that.
Right.
I can't believe it, but we're not respectful of that.
Right.
We've done a couple of long conversations.
Denny verbally attacked me at no length. I mean,
that was just between you and him.
It was too.
But so many conversations, we've been working on the projects with the cast and everything. Just delightful
yes,
conversation.
Absolutely.
Has a great, unheard opinion, and and really sensible opinion on just about everything.
Yes, well thought
that you
out.
could possibly bring up. Well thought out
Yeah.
and very complex understanding of everything, it seems like, that has gone on in this world.
Ooh, Bob Downey. He's got a 7-pounder. He's got our biggest bag of the day, 16.9. He's in 3rd place, up from 28th.
We often forget that
Missed
Mr.
last
Bob
week.
down. Old Bob got 2nd here last time.
Caleb hooked up.
Oh no.
Why? What reminded me of that story right there was just listening to Rick right there. He is in game mode. He is.
Always been that way.
Yes.
I mean, and he's doing one thing when he sets foot on the property.
That is not good. Then he's got a braid knot at the top of his rod. Nothing. No. Did not look like a baby in any way, Tommy.
Still just got one keeper, so I mean, that's the fact that he got a bite is not all bad. He can certainly fix his position back at the top in short order if he can get on some of that, some more of that.
Was that first cast with a drop shot?
Get a look at that from above. If you could see that fish from that high with a drone, that was not a 2-pounder. No. Came off right there. Well, there's a lot of life around Caleb Sumrall's boat right there. Look at the left side of your screen. Yes.
It's always been there.
Yes.
Let's take a quick look at our unofficial leaderboard with Corey Johnston still on top. Big start, fast start of the day for him still. 4 fish in the boat. Jacob Fouts, big moves. Bob Downey, biggest move of the last 30 minutes right there.
The newest pop, he's got the best baby energy going.
He's got the baby deal happening.
Baby pattern.
Going on.
Plenty more to come. Start the second half.
Big doings.
Hope you're having a good Friday. Ours is flying by. We're into the 4th hour of the Maxam Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River, Palatka, Florida. Beautiful place and part of a great fishing community here. I mean, the St. Johns River has been a bass fishing mecca for probably the better part of a century. And it's just a real thrill to be able to travel to a storied, historical place like this. There's that railroad.
There it
There's that
is.
railroad trestle right
Background.
there. Good backdrop for our Northland Daily Trivia. Here's a question. Who joined Rick Clun on Air Force One with President George H.W. Bush? Rick Clun did ride on Air Force One.
Huh.
Was he on there with Roland Martin? Was he on there with Bill Dance? Or was it Forrest Wood? Maybe Ray Scott? Who joined Clun on Air Force One? Air Force One.
I'm gonna go with it's gonna be either C or D. Give me. I'm gonna go with D.
I'm saying it's both. I'm thinking it's.
I think
C
they all
and
did.
B.
I think I'll go C, just because D
I'm going-
seems so obvious.
I don't know.
Forrest Wood.
They went to Ray Scott's Lake.
Ray wasn't on that flight though.
No, he was in.
He was home. He was there getting the chili
Montgomery.
ready. So,
Let's go.
The story I wrote about Clun, about Bush's Clun's wild ride with HW. Is that one where he got up there with Forrest Wood and they were invited back to the office after getting to 30,000 feet? And Bush pulls out a big tackle box and starts asking Rick Clun, hey, you think this is going to work?
Yeah,
And Rick
this
Clun
one,
telling
give
that
me a break
story.
right
He was
here.
getting into the Dana Carvey imitation of Bush. It was really
1,000
good.
points of Bass.
That's crazy.
I hope you got a chance to snap that QR code there. I was going to tell you to jump on that, but you know.
My favorite story with Rick
I
Clun.
bet. I bet.
6 years ago when Bush died. Clun found it pretty hilarious that he was asking about the lures, and then it was like at New Year's, and he'd pick up the phone and say, yes, Prime Minister, Happy New Year to you too. And then he'd go back to pulling out another, hey, you think this one's gonna work?
Such. Break.
And he pulled out like a 12, 16-inch worm.
Did he really?
You guys are all just need to get it together over here.
That is a good story.
Holy cow.
Look at this. Okay. He is literally throwing a tilapia at him right there.
Chris Zaldane filled his limit from 30-30s in 5th place now
I
to
won't be catching one on that.
15-pound
but
bag.
We'll make her mad.
Oh boy. Interesting, Matt Airy not making his way to Salt Springs.
God, I can see her all over it. Oh, God.
It was interesting. Almost the majority of the field had a 5 bass limit yesterday. I think there was
4
that did not.
Only 9 fish short of everybody getting a limit.
Wow.
Average fish was about 2 3/4.
I thought overall, not comparing the two bodies of water, but I thought the St. Johns River was just as comparable, if not better, than the way day one of Harris Chain shaped out. Obviously, Harris Chain's coming off that huge wind, storm, and weather postponement day, but there was a good amount of limits in a pretty quick amount of time, and we saw some good weights as
More
well.
20-pound bag.
Yeah.
Caleb's got 5 top 10 finishes. His best finish took place in 2019. Caleb had a great day on a great week on Lake Guntersville.
Yeah, got it done flipping throughout that tournament. One of the only anglers in that event, Tommy Sanders, if I'm correct, to make that bite work. And he made it work every single day. So highest finish, 4th place back in 2019 for Caleb Sumrall. Kind of the way of fishing you would think you'd see Caleb Sumrall.
I believe that was an early summer Lake Guntersville event, because then we went there next year for the Bassmaster Classic, and then when our tournament was moved to the fall, we fished there in the fall of 2020 as well.
What's coming up later today, starting at 11 local time, 12 Eastern, is going to be a live mix. Steve and Davey, we think it may be today, just as it was yesterday. Back to start the final 2 hours here in the studio at 1 p.m. and the weigh-in today. Very important weigh-in, 3 p.m. Eastern time today, right here on Bassmaster.com.
Well, you could definitely feel they are on the tail end of this. Sumrall did say he had a 1/10 follow a swim bait late yesterday back in this depression.
Always amazed by how long the spawn lasts.
You're right.
Down in Florida, especially places like Okeechobee.
5 years, absolutely.
Points south
right.
of here, but here too. Big difference. We've never been here to St. Johns River at this particular time in April. I think early March is as late as it's been, but we talked to some of the anglers about the differences. That's our VMC on point.
Key differences between April and February, really this week it's setting up the same. It's nothing like I thought it was going to be. I thought we were going to be fishing a shad spawn.
Fishing exactly the same. I mean, I'm the exact same baits that I fished in February, I fished in here in April.
I'm thinking shad spawn, post-spawn fish. That's going to be my predominant patterns that I'm going to be looking for.
So obviously a lot more post-spawn fish, but I actually was able to capitalize on a few late spawners today, and that's where some of my big bites came from.
You know, it's all about that big bite, and you know, the guy that has something solid where, you know, either he's generating a number of those a day or, you know, just a solid average, you know, I think is going to probably take it.
Well, as much as we opened up the broadcast on how different it would be this time around, that was evidently proven wrong on that VMC point. I think the biggest difference is, like we talked about yesterday, that we've seen pretty much almost in every tournament
time
here.
I mean, it was 90 degrees, just dripping at the weigh-in.
Yeah, it was. So we are getting
see her a bit now.
a report. Corey Johnston has been locked in on this Lowrance bird's eye view from cameraman Wes Miller. He has been on this fish for over an hour.
Which catching a 7 and a 4.5 to
enables
5,
you to be able to do that.
Take your time.
Yeah.
Trey McKinney just landed a 3-pounder, his first fish.
Okay.
Which if he had 20 and change yesterday, has
23-14.
13 and a half was the cut. It's probably going to be about 27. He said he needed 10 to 12 pounds to make the cut. He probably needs 7 to 9, but 10 to 12 to salvage in his opinion. So 3 is on the way.
Caught some more keepers even after he left the place yesterday.
Yes.
Found some more fish, another bunch of fish.
That's why it was peculiar when I got the call last night that there was an infraction possibility. He wasn't rushing. Like, he came back well. It wasn't like he fished down there all day and then was rushing back. Like
he wrapped up early.
Yeah, he had just came back. It wasn't like on a desire, I got to get back to weigh in, I'm just going to run this net. Like, it was just a...
Well, we talked about that school
unaware.
near the takeoff could pay big dividends. We might see that happen today.
Yeah, he'll need that.
I even tried to put someone else on it as they were getting ready for the weigh-in yesterday, but they didn't get any takers.
You know that's a big bait when you can see it from
200 feet.
Right in the middle of the bed right there.
See if she swims off.
And keep your eye as he approaches the bed.
There she goes.
It is most certainly a big rig.
We'll see if we can catch a couple more. We'll come back to her. I need to mark that actually.
Beautiful spot, big spring, not salt water, but it's called Salt Springs. See a deposit nearby. Corey Johnston hanging in there on top. Great start to his day. Again, he's one away from, still hasn't put his limit in the boat yet. Taking fouts with the limit. That's 16 pounds. An even bigger day than that for Bob Downey, 16.9, almost 17 pounds.
We'll need to keep an eye on Mark Menendez. Every time we come here, he
just
finds a
popped
way to
back
make
into
it
our
work
top
around.
10.
He can't find it. You're right. He finds a way to get it done every time. Here, Jordan Lee back in our top 10 as well. That's of note. Love this place. Maxam Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River, Palatka, Florida. Special, special host city in Putnam County. The county of Palatka is having where Palatka is located has a big part every year in making this work. We have been here many, many times, especially over the last 8 years, just as much as we've been about anywhere else. just because of what a great, welcoming community this is for an event like this, and we do appreciate it. Don't think for a moment that we take these great folks for granted. Very friendly people, very bass fishing oriented. Just a great part of the country, great part of the state of Florida. There you go, right there. That's a good way to sum it up. That's what they're all about down here.
Is that a
One of the
Galapagos?
residents?
It's a manatee.
Yes. No,
I was a
think that was
turtle.
a turtle. Whatever. Manatee was later.
Remember when the lady-
Manatee adjacent wildlife there.
Remember when the lady thought that Seth Feider was fishing the local Floridian Club tournament?
That's right.
Yeah.
Looking for our top 50. That's what today is all about. 50, and you can fish tomorrow with a chance at Championship Sunday. And the Yeti hot seat, that's where the cut line is. 51. Kaku Ito, first man out of that, feeling that heat.
Well, he will feel it at the weigh-in today.
Dripping.
Molten lava heat.
Starting to feel like summer down in this part of the country, and that's absolutely the way it works. I mean, down here, we're only a month into spring, really. But down in Florida, summer comes on strong. You get that feeling early on. Great destination, and wow, the #1 destination so far in this tournament is this place right here. Very impressive stuff we have seen through the eyes and through the screens of our two competitors in here. Corey Johnston's still on top.
Chris Zaldain just called to the second best bag of the day, 16.8.
Oh, there's two of them in there.
Otter.
Well, it did not take long for him to hook up with number 5 after leaving that big one that he locked in on for an hour.
Oh, God. Come on. Please stay on. Yeah! What? Way down deep in there. Gamakatsu. Thank you. Frickin' stud. Three, 4, 5. 2 more. Daddy's coming, Caleb. Thank you. Dude, I seen that thing swim off a bed. And where'd it go? I look over there on that scope, and I could see it just sitting there in a bed. I throw the stick bait out, and I literally watched her come right up and eat it, and I just look up, and my line's swimming off. I don't even know what to say. Other than I need 2 more of those.
Daddy's coming, Caleb. Hey, in all honesty,
I got a limit.
You watch how he plays fish with a spinning rod. Hey, but he rough talked him with some heavier line baitcast gear earlier today. He is an artist with a spinning rod.
Oh, absolutely.
I have seen it with my own eyes.
He's so good with it. You noticed he spent 90 seconds probably playing that fish. 50 seconds were spent looking for other fish on the beds
Yes.
while he was doing
Yes.
it. That's because he's got the most active head swivel in the business.
Ooh, let's just find. We got 2 1-pounders in the live well, so if we can get 2 more good ones, like 2 more 3-pounders, I'd be ecstatic. Let's catch this thing. I'm so mad at it. Oh God, there's a donk right there.
I saw the shadow of the drone. If you look at it, I thought that was honestly the bass that he was fighting.
God,
I'm like, it is right under his power poles.
He caught the drone.
Easy.
Swam off, but I can see the buck.
And this is all chess. You watch what Corey's doing right here. After catching that fish, getting to fish number 5, immediately going back to that big one that he fished for an hour.
That one was entered as a 5-pounder, gives him 18-12 on the day, 8-pound lead.
And he still has 2 babies.
1-pounders.
Brother is just working them over. That's hard for Caleb to watch. You are you are taking some
You can only
some
control
chin
what you
shots
can
right
control,
now.
But geez.
I believe that is some drone of Chris Johnston right there.
I think this one's going to take him to the docks over there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's a full-on Salt Springs Johnston assault right now.
Yeah, 2x5 by the Johnstons.
You would have thought Chris had a terrible day yesterday based on how the jokes were being made because of Corey's great day, but he had 16 pounds, 9 ounces, 23rd place overall. He's right there, just 2 or 3 pounds off the top 10.
That could get Chris to 3rd or 4th.
Well, you noticed Wind laid down, sun got very high where these guys could really eye spy them, and these fish set up and get really tight to the beds. A lot of damage here in the last hour.
This is a shot of that Chris Johnston catch. This is the start of it right here.
See, that fish just came into the bed right there, making a circle, and he's hooked. Wow. Way to go, Wes.
Awesome. Awesome footage.
Yeah.
People are asking how deep that actually is right there and how much it fluctuates.
Oh, you don't have a massive fluctuation in there, Such. You're pretty far off the beaten path, but the main thing is if you looked at the majority of these fish, like see where Chris's boat is right there, the majority of these fish are around that rim of that 4-foot ditch. But these fish are probably coming in 3 feet of water. And again, a lot of the anglers that are succeeding in here, Corey.
Oh, it just rolled on it. Oh my God.
Caleb Sumrall, a lot of them felt that wind and that little ripple.
God, it just rolled right up and didn't eat it.
Did not enable a lot of other anglers to prosper in practice, but seeing those dark shades, those pits that are in that spring, that little deeper water, almost every one of these big ones are within 10 to 20 yards of those depressions.
Chris's fish went in as a 3.5. He's up to 15-12 in 4th place.
And Caleb said last night on the phone that Caleb being there on the right of your screen on the drone shot at the bottom right in front of where Corey's at, Caleb said, like, yesterday was great. I don't have my hopes up. I would love to get another full day of a limit out of here before I have to adjust, or I'd love to catch a good enough bag to spend time during the tournament practicing, using the rest of day 2 to do that, but we haven't seen that transpire for him so far.
The other hard proposition in here, and you guys know this, Tommy, you've been in there on a Saturday or a Sunday. It is
gonna be
where they're at right there is a circus.
Just like the Harris chain, these are some of the most pressured fish in the state of Florida, and for good reason. Getting worked over by the Johnstons here in the Salt Springs area here.
Nobody wants that.
Yeah.
You kind of feel for Caleb Sumrall right now.
You got to.
He is taking some licks.
He can still grab a couple of good ones here. He's got a lot of space at the top of his live well and at the bottom as well. So he can get well very, very quickly here. We will stay on top of that situation, that is for sure, as we get almost to the halfway point in our fishing day. We'll take a quick break and be right back. Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River, Palatka, Florida. Sponsored by Mercury. By Power Pole. And by Progressive Insurance. Feast for the eyes out there today, especially Salt Springs. That's where it's happening. The top of our leaderboard today, to be sure.
As always, big hats off to our cameramen and women, but Wes Miller.
Oh my God.
I mean, Wes Miller is the Power Pole replay of the week so far.
He has laid down a masterpiece. He has painted
drone
a picture
frenzy.
A drone fury, for sure.
Wes was probably excited to hear that possibly 3 of our top 5 were going to be in eyesight of each other, and he could get the whole picture right there.
He hit a giant lake today.
Story.
Perfect.
Back to Rodman Reservoir. Another big story here. Rick Clun, if you're just picking up with us, 500th Bassmaster event. 50 years fishing with the Bassmasters.
133 more than the most active B.A.S.S. angler.
Another keeper hanging in there in the top 50.
Not big calls, but they are big calls when it comes to the ounces at our top 50 line.
You wonder what lit the fire under Rick, and he gave us a clue last time he was by here.
John Cox caught a 7-pounder. He's up to 16, and then our top 10 at 8. Sorry, Tommy.
No, not.
We've covered this pretty well so far, but there's still more of this story to play out as we're bringing it into the Bassmaster Studios. At the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, we're talking about Rick Clun, 50th year with B.A.S.S., 500th B.A.S.S. event this week at the St. Johns River, a place that he's won in the past and a lot of history rooted here in Palatka, Florida. And when it made me think about, he's won so much. He's won Bassmaster Classics, he's won Elite Series events, Angler of the Years, all kinds of tournament level wins with B.A.S.S. But is he a heavyweight guy? Rick Clun's career has been epitomized of the 55 to 75 pound weights. He will crush you in a lot of those tournaments where it may be tougher for other anglers. He finds a way to grind through it, but he has been known to put some heavyweights on the board. Looking at his top 5 biggest tournament weights that either got him a victory or got him in contention on the final day, 105 pounds 6 ounces. That's the Century Club Tommy was referring to earlier. Second place at Falcon Lake in 2013 to Keith Combs. 98.14 right here at the St. Johns River in 2019 when he won. He won the year prior, or the visit prior, 81 pounds 15 ounces in 2016 at the St. Johns River. 75.9 was the classic weight record. It was a 7-fish limit back in the day, but in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, right over here, 1984. 75 pounds, 9 ounces, ran away, I believe, by 25 pounds in that classic. And then his 5th highest tournament weight with B.A.S.S., 72.4. That was at Kentucky Lake 2008. He got 9th place and was in the top 10 on that final day. So from Century Club to Bassmaster Classics, Angler of the Year, Elite Series titles, Rick Clun's done it all, and we're celebrating him here this week and at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge.
By the way, this man coming through the chute right now, folks, is the only man ever to win the Bassmaster Classic 3 times. Rick Clun of Montgomery, Texas.
Boy, in this tournament right here, way he caught them, cranking his signature square bill crankbait, coming back. I think he was down in 10th place going into the final day of that tournament.
Huge comeback.
Massive comeback on the James River.
Still the all-time record. Co-holds that record. 4 classics, 4 Bassmaster Classic victories.
It is crazy that he almost won 4 in a row. He was telling that story of his back-to-backs in the 70s, and he got a 2nd and a 3rd right after that. Well, that feat would be absolutely incredible to have been around.
third place at Texoma, he laments being late, suffering a penalty. The only time in his career, he said.
Close there.
11 top fives in the Classic alone, Tommy. 11 top fives.
Told us last time he was by here, one of the things that lit him up and made him become a pro bass was getting to fish the first initial bloom of Sam Rayburn and also Toledo Bend. That's what an incredible experience that was. His dad would take him up there, and he said Toledo Bend before that early, I mean, stumps, you could hop the stumps all the way across it. Bass spawning on the trees in there. Said it was just unbelievable.
Said you couldn't see the far shore.
Yeah. You couldn't. Caleb Kufall.
Swing him in. That's a good one. I wasn't going to swing him, but I saw my jig was all the way down there, so hey. Come on. We're not done yet.
Caleb started the day
felt him
tied
bite,
for fourth.
just kind of
third, I should say.
There. I thought he was bigger than that. I set the hook and he didn't move at all. I'm like, man. Yeah, I set the hook. I'm like, oh, that's a giant.
Good one right there.
Probably
for
3.5. You know.
Third fish and his best fish.
Probably 3.5.
I think it's been interesting to hear the theories throughout, listening to Rick talk about debunking, back in the day that there was, that fishing, and a small percentage of it is luck, but really putting that to rest, that tournament fishing is not, and all of our listeners that fish tournaments, Rick proving the skill that it takes to be consistent and win events. Very analytical, very, if you listen to him, a lot like Kyle Welcher in different ways.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Male won't
Yeah, that's a
bite.
good,
I'm not sure what's going on.
good analogy.
Amazing. He told me he actually got hooked during the beginning of the pandemic. He got hooked on playing Fortnite. Rick did.
Would you stop?
I don't know if that's.
Would you stop?
I don't know. That part might not be. That might not be true.
You had me in the.
I reel you in, Ronnie.
And I can decipher the falsities.
Ray Hanselman started the day 20th. He just caught a 3-pounder. He's up over 17 pounds and in second place.
Sumrall making an adjustment, putting his trolling back down.
It's going to be real hard for Caleb Sumrall watching the show that Chris and Corey Johnston have put on. It is going to be very hard for him to leave knowing what's getting caught in there.
Plus the fact he pulled 28 pounds out of there yesterday.
Helps to stay.
Persuader too.
And Caleb was boat 5, like you said, Z, earlier. He was 99 yesterday, so he's boat 5
He's
today.
got time. He's got a lot of time.
But checking in at 3 o'clock today, he needs to do better, faster.
We are marching to 3 o'clock, Tommy.
Yeah, we are. It's sooner than you think. Relax. Corey Johnson, fine if it happens right now.
Great morning yesterday and backing it up today. Big morning with Corey Johnston with still a lot of room to move. 2 just keepers in his live well, and he's scaring the 20-pound mark. Put on a show for us here on Bassmaster Live.
Absolutely in his element and striking big time. Big blow to the rest of the field this morning.
I think we got a Dave and Bowman show coming up. Is that
Steve and Davey.
Davey.
Steve Bowman, Davey Hike on it.
Who's on first?
Coming up off 12 o'clock. Mercer, tiny bit under the weather.
We're hoping good things for Mercer.
Yeah. Hey, if we're gonna not have Mercer, we'd rather have him not on day 1 and day 2. We need him for the weekend at St. John's.
Oh yeah,
big crowds, big stage.
The final countdown.
Big dreams.
Absolutely. Weigh-in coming up at 3 o'clock today right here on Bassmaster.com. Again, we have live mix coming up next in noon Eastern.
Yeah, let's go.
Steve and Dick going to take on-location coverage from there.
Yes, sir.
Beautiful city of Palatka. Thanks so much for being with us this morning on Bassmaster Live. Stay right here on Bassmaster.com as our live coverage continues.
Fantasy.com.
here, buddy. I hooked him good. All right. Number 4. That's a decent one. Probably 2.5er.
What call? Perfect, we'll take it. Probably 2 pounds. I'm gonna get right in here. Come on, show me a great big one that wants to bite.
Since the early 1970s, the B.A.S.S. conservation agenda has remained focused on issues related to fisheries and aquatic research conservation. In the early years, it meant taking legal action against industries polluting our nation's waterways. Today, the agenda has grown more complex. The backbone of our effort is founded on a grassroots core of B.A.S.S. members and those belonging to B.A.S.S. nation clubs across the country, always on the lookout for issues that have local, regional, or even a national significance.
Welcome to Smallmouth Disneyland, yes.
Bassmaster Elite Series anglers received fish care training from conservation directors Gene Gilliland and Barb Elliott before an event, focusing on handling deep-caught smallmouth bass. They learned how to fizz bass that struggled to stay upright inside live wells due to inflated air bladders when brought up from deep water. Fizzing involves inserting a needle to release air from the bladder, improving buoyancy and circulation, and most importantly, keep the bass alive.
When they come to the surface, that swim bladder swells up, and bass can't burp. So that swollen swim bladder puts pressure on a lot of the internal organs, on the heart, on the circulation. We need to relieve that pressure, and we do that by inserting a hypodermic needle into the side of the fish, releasing some of that gas. That allows the fish to maintain a neutral buoyancy, a more natural position in the water. When those fish are released, they can go back down to the depth that they choose to be able to be more comfortable. If we don't do that, especially if we don't do it early enough in the fishing day, those fish can be compromised. What we're encouraging anglers to do now is to take care of their fish in the boat, to do their fizzing. And we've got a special training video that explains that whole process. It's very simple. For people that haven't done it, it's a little bit daunting to start out, stick a needle in the fish. But once you've done it a time or two, it's a very simple process, and it can really make a difference in the health of those fish after they're released from our tournaments. Now, when we release those fish, they can swim down and get into a comfortable zone where they can recuperate.
Anyone who has ventured to the depths of a swimming pool is familiar with the sensation of pressure on their ears. A fish's swim bladder plays a crucial role in maintaining buoyancy.
So what we have to do is provide a way to release that gas, and fizzing the fish with a needle is one way of managing it.
We have the biologists down here fizzing them. If they look like they need to let the air out of them, they will. So I actually have a fizz needle too. So if you were a bass in the Elite Series and you get captured and put in my boat, you're going to have a pretty good day from then on out, because it's our goal to make sure we keep as many of them alive as we can, and I'm really proud of these guys for doing that.
Fish care is such a pivotal thing in bass fishing tournaments. We are stewards of the resource. It is of the utmost concern that we take care of our fish.
That reamer will go right out of the way. You don't even have to worry about it. It can stick way out there. The minute you start putting it into the skin, it clears itself. And you go in at a 45-degree angle like this, and then once you pierce the skin, you make it 90 degrees from the surface of the fish and plunge it just as deep as you can, especially in the bigger fish. Make sure that reamer is tapped all the way down through there. Take that reamer out and you have bubbles.
And if any of them need a little extra time, by biologists, Bassmaster tournament staff, they'll spend some extra time with them just to make sure that the resource gets back on the water and it's there for you guys to catch for years and years to come.
When it comes to fizzing largemouth bass as opposed to smallmouth bass, the procedure is slightly different, as Barb explains.
Now, largemouth, the landmark's a little different. The fizzing point is farther back. There's a notch between the hard, spiny fins, the soft fins on top, and you take that notch and you draw a line to the anal pore, which goes right about here on this fish. It's more straight up and down instead of such a diagonal. And it still comes off the fin. You pierce the same way. You get under a scale, the bevel point of the needle up, and plunge it in, and remove the reamer, and there you go. And you just do it till it's neutrally buoyant.
Without her fizzing classes, you know, the conservation team makes us take the classes, makes us fizz these fish, deflate the air bladders to where they're sitting comfortable for a few hours in our live wells. We get to weigh them in comfortably, and we release them right back to the lake for my kids and your kids to enjoy over the next few decades.
For a detailed explanation of fizzing both smallmouth and largemouth bass, check out the videos on the Conservation News page on Bassmaster.com. When you join B.A.S.S, you get more than just a magazine and a membership card. You become part of a society and are supporting more than 50 years of natural resource conservation. We encourage you to get involved.
"56 anglers battling it out on this incredible body of water. You can watch the action all day long on Bassmaster.com and, of course, FS1. It is going to be a showdown, a throwdown, a big fish mowdown. It is the greatest spectacle in sport fishing, the 24th Bassmaster Classic. Grove, Oklahoma, you guys are incredible. I can't wait to watch it go down.
First cast Bassmaster Classic. Woo!
Yes, sir. Oklahoma, let's hear it.
We're in the outdoor tailgate by the Bassmaster Live booth. I've got my guy Nick and his daughter Adriel.
We're from Ohio, and this is the second classic. It's addictive. I mean, you get everybody here under the same roof for the same passion. Chasing little green fish is what it's all about, and getting everybody together.
How much that weigh? Can I hold it? Wow, it's heavy.
Welcome. This is our first Bassmaster Classic. Came in from Grand Rapids, Michigan. About a 12-hour drive down. It's been a little overwhelming so far. It's a lot of stuff to see. We spent 2 days in here, and I still feel like we barely scratched the surface.
We've been out here all 3 days, and we just enjoyed it all the way. I mean, it's been a blast.
The event's really cool. This is my first ever classic, so this is really cool. All the booths and stuff like that. They got the TVs up there on the other wall, so you can just watch the classic if you want to.
I think it's really great. Having a good time, going to the weigh-ins, watching the weigh-ins. It's just a really fun experience.
Let's get ready to weigh. Oh boy, double guns loaded, bang, bang. A brand new Bass Pro Shops daily leader, the one and only Matt Robertson. An absolute fin freak of nature. Boom shakalaka, giant bass.
From Northport, Alabama, Justin Hamner!
15 pounds, 13 ounces, and 2024 is Hamner time!
Well, we are looking for a couple. Oh my gosh, that was a bass. Believe it or not. A lot of fish just cruising around in here. I'm not finding hardly any lockdown. But I think we will. Seeing a lot of little ones. Seeing any good ones. I don't think that will help me. Do what? Oh yeah. Bang. Where's that fish going? That fish just went a little ways off. And it's just sitting there. I don't know where it left from. May have left from one of these beds right under the boat here. There goes another one. That will actually help me a little bit, probably. I know that one will. Let's see where this one goes to. Oh shit. This one's right under the boat. I'm about to catch this one, like literally right under the boat. I actually think he'll probably help. I gotta back off of him though. Oh, there comes the female back. Female's 3.5, I bet. I gotta float back, just stay still for a minute. Pretty sure I can catch these, I just gotta. Female's watching all the action. I'm just gonna float back and I believe these will cooperate. Where's the female? Get the butt. Now let's see if we can catch the female. It's gonna be like one of my biggest ones. It's pretty bad, ain't it? All right, it ain't the red. Put white over here. Somebody screaming? Huh? Oh, it was a kid crying. I thought somebody was screaming. It sounded like it hurt. All right, white bigger. Oh, good. Blue's way bigger. This is pitiful. This is pitiful. We got 6 pounds now, though. Problem is, I don't see the female now. It's not good. I thought she might slide up there and lock down, but it don't look like she's going to. Nah, dude, pound and a halfer. Called one of my 12-inchers, though. I shouldn't have called it. There was a female with it, now she left. I've seen several, but, I mean, not catchable, you know. 2 so far. Can't catch them.
Well, we finally found this one that's doing it right. They're still swimming way more than I'd like them to. I think I just found their spot though. They just left, like they just rolled out. I mean, can y'all please come back? Crazy, dude. Here they come. They're coming back. All right. I just can't see her. Just putting together a rotation of baits right now, see if I can get her to go. Come on.
Welcome to the Bassmaster Elite Series, St. Johns River, Palatka, Florida. Sunny Florida. It is nice out here today. It's getting a little warm. Going to be warmer. Low 90s for a high. Just a little south of Jacksonville, Florida. Here we are on the St. Johns River once again. A little different time of year. Certainly different temperatures this time, but the fish catching about the same. A lot of people had the thoughts that it might not be as good when we're here early, but we don't have those cold fronts. It always seems to throw the anglers a curve here when we come earlier in the year, February and March. Corey Johnson started today in second place, has moved up, taking the lead with 42 pounds, 15 ounces, fishing in the Salt Springs area around. Caleb Sumrall and his brother Chris Johnson has joined in on that party today. I think he was there a little bit yesterday afternoon. Be interesting to see if those anglers, more fish keep moving in there for them. You take a look, you see Wes Logan not very far from takeoff, just a little bit downriver from us here in Palatka, downtown Palatka, Florida. Glad to have Steve Bowman with me today. You didn't get to get out on the water today. Yesterday we said, hey, we need you. Come on here and help us a little bit, and you did. Appreciate it. What are your thoughts today? You seeing the Johnson brothers in that one area?
I see that, but you know, and that's not surprising to me. They always do good here. But one of the things that I see in the standings that I always see in these Florida events is that every day there's somebody new. So we got Ray Hanselman up there in second. We didn't even mention him yesterday. Yeah. There's 5 guys in the top 10 right now that we never even mentioned, right? Caleb Cooper. That was just some of the ones that I was sitting there going, Jacob Fouts, et cetera, et cetera. These tournaments down here have such an impact. They have a way of making sure everybody's still in the game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, at least for 2 days.
For 2 days,
you can do
great
right the first day and not so good the second, or do not so good the first and do great the second. It's Florida fishing. I was a victim to it for years myself. You catch that one 6 to 8 pounder, and it certainly changes your day. Speaking of changing the day, let's talk about what has happened today with the Toyota Midday Report. We're going to start off with none other than
the
legendary Rick Clun, his 500th Bassmaster event right here this week. 50 years on the Bassmaster Tournament Trail. That is, I've been reading it all year, and especially this week, it's still hard for me to say and understand, comprehend. Currently, Rick Clun is still in the cut. We cut to 50 anglers after today. Very, very important day. Right now, unofficially in 46th place with 21 pounds, 13 ounces. Spending his tournament at Rodman Reservoir, cranking wood, what he's kind of done his whole career, a square bill on wood.
Square bill on hard cover. But the amazing thing is he won 2 events here on soft cover.
He did, fishing vegetation. And in Rodman, there's so much more wood there than any of these other lakes right along here that these anglers had to fish over 100 miles of this river and different lakes mixed up. Next up, Matt Airy. Unofficially in 17th place, 28 pounds, 4 ounces. Starting out like he did yesterday, fishing a Cinco-style bait, black blue in pads, and getting a limit. Yesterday, he did catch some of his fish down there where the party was going down in Salt Springs with Corey Johnson, Caleb Sumrall. But today, he spent more time along the river and the pads. I think his concerns about those fish replenishing is kept him from going in there today. But good term for Matt Airy. He loves fishing pads there. He is fishing in the river itself, a little bar there right off the river. A lot of small fish for Matt Airy so far today. Fell back a little bit to 17th place.
Wes Logan, the little ball of hate. I mean, this is his wheelhouse. I mean, there's a lot of Neely Henry right there. What I was just seeing.
Okay.
And you know, he gets in the backwater and fishes those water weeds. It's the different vegetation and that kind of thing. But it's in his wheelhouse in some way.
It's very, very important to talk about. He is not fishing very far at all from takeoff, just downriver, a little ways. Some of these anglers, an hour and a half run one way. A lot less fishing time. We'll see if that works to his advantage. It certainly has so far. He's in 14th place unofficially. A lot more fishing time with your bait in the water for Wes Logan. And now you're talking about somebody that a little surprising, but not so much. Caleb Kufal. We didn't talk about him much at all yesterday.
Nope.
Saw that he was, in the 50 cut yesterday, but today. Just having another good, solid day. No real big giant fish for him yesterday or today, but a good, solid 15 pounds a day here, and I think you'll make the top 10. But like you mentioned earlier, so volatile.
He ties that jig on and gets to work. He's so good at it. And then there's our leader, and who's struggled a bit, right?
Yeah. Day one leader, Caleb Kufal.
Caleb Sumrall.
Excuse me, Caleb Sumrall slipped down to 8th place, 31 pounds, 13 ounces. What a day yesterday he had. Not a lot of fish left in there, I don't think. And when you get both of those Johnson brothers just fishing around that same spring with him, it's not easy. And, man, everything went great for him yesterday. He proved what a great sight fisherman he is. But today, just like that, things not going quite his way. It's so much today.
And then Corey Johnston, the more volatile brother of the Johnston clan, I guess. A lot of fun, but we've seen him get excited with some of these fish, especially that one there this morning.
Yeah, I'll have to admit, that big one he caught this morning, I heard him breathing a little hard during the fight, and he said it himself. He said, I don't get really excited about catching big fish very often, but I admit I got excited about that one, and I don't blame him. I think he knew that the numbers are going to be slim there today after they caught what they did out there yesterday, and for him to get that fish early this morning, that's certainly something for anyone to get excited about. And he's been able to keep it up. The interesting thing will be if more fish come in here to spawn.
Right.
I think a few will. I don't know if they can stand 4 or 5 anglers for 2 more days after this. I think the boat traffic will certainly be a concern. It looks like there from this footage that he's moved out and catching these fish out on the river. I did talk to him yesterday afternoon, and he said that he had that kind of as an ace in the hole. So maybe he is already doing that. And let's look at the lake.
I talked to Caleb. I talked to Caleb there too, though, and he thinks that he can still catch 35 out of there. So he thought that he had enough fish to get, but obviously we've seen him lose. I think the big deal with that group right there is that you've seen Chris and Corey. They're in the top 2, in top 4 in the AOY race now.
Yeah.
See, I'd fall right to the floor right there.
All your bags.
Matt Airy here looks like he's giving up on the soft plastic in the pads and catching one off the bed here, it appears. Good one for him, too.
Yeah, it was good.
God, don't lose him. Thank you.
Boy.
Lord, that was a cluster.
Oh.
In the mouth.
Oh.
Whew, Lord. Pretty sure that's the male, too.
It's a nice one. Definitely a nice one.
Great.
And so after the tournament, these anglers, a lot of them look at this footage, and Caleb Sumrall would say, I lost that one, and I don't think I did anything wrong. And there was no way Matt Airy was ever going to lose that one because he gave it lots of opportunity, but it was, when it's meant to be, it's meant to be, I guess. But
wow.
It doesn't matter. You get them in the live well and bring them to the scales. Or you don't.
All right. Caleb Kapal, I mean, he is a magician with a jig. You know?
Loves to flip a jig. We've seen him in action last few years. The most notable there at Gunnersville, and then also some big jig catches on Santee Cooper last year.
We may have number 5.
Now he's fishing a jig on boat docks. It looks like maybe just out from Lake George, if I had to guess.
Mm-hmm. And there's the man.
Rick Clun. Hooked up. It's like a big one here.
Yeah. He needs a big one.
Yes.
That's
Maybe-
not a big one, but that's help. I'm
I think
sure.
maybe it had him wrapped up in some wood there for a second. Solid fish, though. Certainly will help him and secure that. I think everybody on the planet wants to see him make the cut and be
I
able
know.
to fish again tomorrow here in Palatka.
Even the guy that will finish 51st because of it,
Well, he might be the only one that doesn't necessarily
Yeah.
want to see.
So, we mentioned some of those names, and we talked about him a lot yesterday, but John Cox, he's in the top 10 now.
Yeah.
And we kind of expected that, right?
We did.
He's another unique individual. Speaking of unique individuals like Rick Clun, John Cox is another one of those guys that's making an indelible mark on the sport.
Yeah, John elected to spend about a little over an hour yesterday morning on a real big one, and it didn't work out for him. You don't always get to hear those stories, but I promise you, for every story you have of a Caleb Sumrall catching 28 pounds, you got stories of people like John Cox's experience yesterday, spending hours and not catching those fish.
How to call that, baby?
Little Wes. Wes is just a
We
good
can't breathe now.
angler. Quiet.
Thank you, Lord, for a pound.
Doesn't like to lose. Works hard. Just one of those guys that we really like.
1-9.
Only heard a few other anglers saying they were using a swim jig in those pads all day long, like Wes is.
Okay. So Corey was on these beds earlier. Now, some of those are tilapia beds. Davey, I want you to walk us through everything that you're seeing right there. Are those all bass beds? They can be.
Well, they can be. But the ones that are very defined, round, deep dishes, those were originally tilapia beds. But those beds will be used by different fish, different times.
Okay.
So the bed that Chris Johnson is throwing to right now is the exact bed that Corey spent about an hour on this fish on this bed. I have no idea what. Boy, he made a long cast there. I don't know where that was going. But the bed that, let's say, from the bow of his boat at 11 o'clock is the one that Corey spent an hour on. I don't know if Chris just made a longer cast out to one of those beds you see there at about, look like 60, 70 feet at 1 o'clock from his boat. It's the direction he just made a cast. But that bed that is now, he's turned the boat a little bit, that is directly in front of his boat, Corey spent an hour on that fish. But yeah, the ones that look just like,
I mean, it looks like they landed on a moon.
Moon craters,
Yeah.
perfectly round, deep dishes. Those are originally tilapia beds, but a good spawning area, different species and also different waves of fish will move up and use those same areas. I mean, if you got a foundation there, why build a whole new house right beside it? Go ahead and just use that foundation.
We're looking at 3 competitors there. I'm wondering who the other 2 are. One of them may be Corey.
So, yeah, it's hard to see. I think that maybe that top one looks like, just looking at maybe the jersey, that's either Corey on top there or Matt Airy, because he has a black jersey also.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things that you're sitting there, what I'm seeing right there, and this is being right here in Florida, is we wouldn't have been able to do that 20 years ago without
Just
power poles.
upsetting me.
Yes, you could, but you'd be all the different ways.
Anchors
you
or
just have
push
to
poles.
anchor and pushing stuff in the deal. The power poles really have, and Raptors, and really made a difference, haven't they?
In my boat barn, I bet you I have a dozen mushroom anchors from Walmart. That I'd go to an event thinking, I'm not going to need those. Fish aren't going to be spawning. And then I'd end up sight fishing, so I'd have to go to Walmart and buy 2 mushroom anchors and some
that little tiny air
rope.
crawl. You know how
You
the
could
little
run a
tiny
heck
one,
of a trot line.
and he's sucking the freaking pinchers off of it. I didn't know that was possible. I didn't stick him long. Stung him for a second. Oh.
Three boats fishing that close to one another is not what you want if you're one of those three boats.
No.
But I'm surprised there's not 10 boats, or there wasn't 10 boats there yesterday.
Right.
Clearest water you could ever ask for. Good conditions. Probably there were a lot of folks that thought there would be 10 boats there, and that's why they chose not to go there.
Well,
that also.
I spend a lot of time managing private reservoirs, and sometimes we build spawning grounds. And we build these spawning grounds in small places, small pieces, and then we have to separate them. Because typically a northern, these Floridas may be different. A northern will not tolerate another fish that close, as some of those are. But that thing there looks like an octopus just walked across there and sucked up all the bottom pieces that we're.
Well, keep in mind, originally a lot of these were tilapias, and they will spawn almost like bluegill, just one beside the other.
One beside the, yeah.
I mean, when you spawn once a month during your lifetime,
right,
you have to get along with other spawners.
Yeah, I guess so.
You do it a lot.
And the same, I'm assuming bluegill are there as well.
Yep. Water temperature stays 72 degrees in the spring most year round. So that's why you can come here in January and catch spawning bass there. You can also do it all the way up until May.
And it's kind of amazing that they're still doing it, and good. And good at it. You would think that these things would, that the local pressure, I guess, what I'm thinking, would be so brutal.
I got to throw this in there. Right where we are looking is where I spent half of my honeymoon when me and Natalie got married. We went to Bass World Lodge on the St. Johns River, right there just a tad north of Lake George, and we got married in January. Salt Springs is where I caught a 7-pounder the day after I got married.
Sitting on about 8 pounds.
I was actually going to bring that up
2-pounder
yesterday and forgot to.
4 little ones in there. I got a 3-something and 4 little ones. So just trying to cull up every ounce I can for now and then go from there. If I can get this buck real quick, I think it's about a 2-pounder, and get him out, get him in the box. I just lost him a minute ago for a split second. I didn't sting him long.
So there's just a lot of history here there.
Yeah, that's just one little.
If I can get him in the box, we're going to slide around in here.
Happened there a long
milling
time
around,
ago.
look for another big one. Another 3-4 pounder. 1 6-7 pounder changes the whole day. So.
Did Natalie fish with you on the honeymoon?
She watched. It's hard to sight fish 2 people out of a boat. I might have let her reel one in or something. But I think she did reel one in, all right. a long time ago. It just kind of shows you how long these bass have been spawning right there, from January through May, or definitely into May. I was curious. I asked Scroggins this. If some of those fish were resident, or if he felt like all of them migrated in there from the lake, and he said he felt like they all migrate in there from the lake from
spawn.
January through May.
Keep coming. Gotcha.
Yep, just keep coming at different times of the year.
Well, my question to you, and you talked to a lot of these guys, as I did too. I knew that day one that there would be some spawning activity. I didn't think that it would play as strongly as it did. But how many days of this spawning activity, the strength of that, will that last through this event?
It just depends on how much these guys actually look for it and did it in practice. That's not the only place. I bet you that's not the only place that there are fish spawning right now. It's certainly appears to be the best. I did talk to Chris, Corey, and Caleb yesterday afternoon in length, and they seem to really focus their attention right there. So maybe they've got some other places they're going to go to when they feel like this is, fished out. I think Corey is extremely happy with what he has done there today because they knew it would be slim pickings with Matt Airy, Corey Chris Johnson, and Caleb all in there around this one spring.
Yeah, there's just so much protein in every acre.
Especially, you know, even though those fish migrate in there from the lake, and there are spawners in there, they're not going to have the waves this late in the season that you would have in February and March. It's going to be interesting.
The difference of that is, if for those of you watching, is you got the 3 boxes with Corey, Caleb, and Matt, and they're looking at these dishes, and then you got Clun over here, and he's throwing hard cover, throwing it
not like a
underwater stumps and logs, and they're spawning on those too. You know, they'll spawn on those logs and those stumps there,
Sure
Rob.
They will.
There's a kayak slipping through there. He caught him right before the kayak slipped in there.
I got to get under you, sorry.
It'll be interesting to see.
You
mentioned that kayak right now. Tomorrow being Saturday, a beautiful 90-degree Saturday.
Yeah.
There'll be a lot of local activity from one end of this river to the other, including there in Salt Springs. Be interesting to see how all that unfolds.
That activity could be all kinds of stuff, but it sounds like we're winding down. We're going to take us a break.
Yeah.
And yesterday in Rodman, there was a lot of local anglers in there, a lot more than I expected to see.
Fishing or just
I think
watching?
They were fishing. They were there when we got there.
Right.
And, of course, the anglers didn't show up. So that, you know, this is a fishing community.
It is. That and people plan their fishing vacations and come down here. And a lot of times.
They plan their honeymoons, Davey.
Yeah, they do that too. Speaking of honeymoons, Corey Johnson is having a honeymoon of a day to back up his day yesterday. He's moved up from second to first place. Ray Hanselman Jr. moving up to second place. Jacob Fouts third. Jake Whitaker will be back. St. Johns River Bassmaster Maxam, a lead on the St. Johns River. Welcome back. Maxam Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River, the beautiful St. Johns River. We do love coming here. It is a perfect venue. Palatka always welcomes us with open arms. A lot of people show up to the weigh-ins. Had a hotel right here. The venue, everything is great. They got a perfect setup. Perfect setup for Corey Johnson to move up to first place after catching a 7-pounder this morning pretty early on. But somebody on the move here recently is Matt Airy. Started out on the river this morning, did not go in the Salt Springs area initially, but he has moved in there recently and started putting fish in the boat immediately.
Got her.
Oh,
come here.
That's the one you want to see, isn't it?
That is her.
That is her. Do you think that's that same fish that he caught that buck around?
It certainly could be.
Yes, baby.
I'm sure Corey and Chris will let us know.
In the mouth.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Watch this call. Oh, come here, sweetie. Sorry about that. I'll give you a kiss because of it.
Oh, that's gross, Matt.
Don't know what was next. Let's put her in here for a second.
Yeah, I want to see this. It's going to be a 5 or 6 pound call. Probably about a 5-pound call for sure. Oh,
look at that sucker. Oh,
what a beautiful fish. And they are jumpers. Shallow water. They tend to jump a lot more when it's only about 3.5 feet deep, probably where he just caught that fish. And it looks like Caleb watching the whole scene go down right there.
Oh, man.
Right over Matt Airy's shoulder. Be interesting to find out if those other anglers have been fishing for that fish earlier. Timing is such a big thing in sight fishing, though. It doesn't make you a bad fisherman because somebody caught a fish an hour or two after you fish for it. I mean, their moods change.
Right. And sometimes you just can't wait for that. The other part of that is I was seeing these 4 guys. You know, the winner of this deal here today.
Got him.
Probably. Well, I don't know. Does everybody come back?
Come on, baby.
Good question. Let's watch Corey here, because if I'm reading his expressions right, this is a big one.
This is a good one. Yeah. It looks to me like the place is heating up.
Corey actually looks more comfortable with a big, hard-fighting fish on a spinning rod than about anybody that I know. He and Chris do a lot of this with big smallmouth.
My fish wasn't even on a bed. It was just cruising.
Wow. Wow. What does that tell you?
Be interested to see the build of this fish, if it looks like a potentially one that has knots on.
Came up to the top right then. He was running back. It looked really long.
Yeah. Smallest fish, 1 pound 4 ounces. Boy, you talking about a jump here if he gets his fish in the boat.
Got her. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, wow. This is a little bit bigger than I thought he was when I was just looking at him.
Unbelievable. I was sitting there watching a big one on a bed. I look over and this freaking thing's just cruising. I throw it to her. She eats it right away.
Does cruising mean replenish?
Could be moving in or moving out.
Yeah.
It's hard to looking at that fish. I would say that's a post-spawn fish, maybe headed back out to the lake and having to cross paths with Corey Johnson.
Just hungry.
Oh, what a big move. You know, we've been waiting for Corey, and this is still just day 2. I understand that, but I think a lot of people would agree he's overdue to win an Elite Series tournament. He's had some things that go wrong, especially up on the St. Lawrence River. That's like, wow, he coulda, shoulda, woulda.
No.
But when you're fishing for one on the bed, leading an event, and one just happens to cruise by about 5 pounds, and you throw over to it and catch it first cast, things are going your way.
So how does that place manage itself between those 4? And then we'll go to Wes.
You know, because they were all there day 1 and 2, I'm
Not
sure
much
they'll
anybody
talk,
can say, okay.
but I don't see any issue with all 4 going right back there.
Oh. After day 2 is a different world because everybody's made a
put
check.
them on coal, Bane, probably.
Yep. And you know, if let's say those 4 anglers, Chris, Corey, Caleb, and Matt, you know, if 2 of them were in 43rd to 48th place, it'd be different. But if they're all in top 10, which it certainly looks like, there's a good possibility. Then
John Cruz.
You can't. Ooh, that's a good one.
He is actually, he's in the canal going into Salt Spring.
I'm assuming he's not real far from one of the anglers that we've got a camera with, because that camera is shooting from a different boat, obviously. Really good fish for John Cruz.
Yeah.
Got the W here.
He did.
See, one of those anglers that seems to
it's
really like fishing here, has a lot of success when they come here to St. Johns River.
That was Corey or Chris that just came across the front there. Digging. Oh.
Wow. Good look at the depth of the water you saw as poles go down.
Go all the way down.
They stopped when they got 90. Ooh, he's right there around
Corey.
The party.
Mm-hmm.
He joined the party, it appears. Caught him a big one.
Mm.
Dealing with a little bit of unwanted company here. Getting a little piece of the pie.
Looked like a big piece.
Lost a lot of respect for a couple people today, but one more bite. That's all we need.
So you asked me a question, I answered it. What's your thoughts there?
On what they should do?
On him
my
fishing
guess
50 yards
is,
from the leader on day 2 and wasn't there yesterday.
Oh, Lord, don't put me on that spot.
Well, you asked me a serious question.
I know
I'm asking
it,
you
but
one.
you've got better answers than I got.
No.
You know, I don't know if he was there yesterday or not.
He wasn't.
So I mean, I just don't know.
Slow coming.
There's a
good news is I've seen
I mean, it's
more
not like that's a secret area. I fished it on my honeymoon.
Right.
You know? I mean, you have to consider that a little bit.
Probably a lot of people have seen your honeymoon tapes. And,
yeah, that's probably exactly why Corey's there. No, I don't even know,
man. I don't know.
I shouldn't have even asked you that, because I don't think there is an answer there. It's, just how do you roll? How do you roll? How do you play the game?
Well, I mean, and you don't know if he didn't roll in there. If he didn't, you put. He may have rented. He may have gone in there on the way back in, and these guys were gone.
Well, you've heard all those stories, haven't you?
I have. I've heard them all. John Cruz is a gentleman. I know that 100%.
Did you ever fish a tournament against him?
No.
Okay. I'm just asking simple
y'all are
questions.
all cutthroats. I'm just telling you, you're all not gentlemen in a tournament, so I guess you're right.
I'm not saying they're supposed to. They're out there trying to make a living, but
right. But I don't know. I mean, and that's up to not my decisions to make.
Yeah.
I saw no rules being broken. So.
Yeah, I have to admit I was messing with you a little bit there.
Yes, you were, and you had me on the spot.
That's the difficult. I don't know that there is an answer. There's so many revolving factors in something that we just catch a glimpse of.
Right. So I tell you, somebody who's struggling and who had to pay the price for not doing the, for getting a little bit too wound up, and that's Trey McKinney.
Yeah, had a little delay this morning.
Had a big delay. That's an hour and a half.
Yeah.
That is, I would have slept in and then come and launched. But he had to sit out there the whole hour and a half. So.
Yeah, so you have to actually go through takeoff,
because
that's
and
where
then
the
clock starts.
They have to start.
Right. So it was an hour and 38 minutes.
Right. because of his boat number. He was 8 minutes after 7 before he actually left the boat dock.
That's interesting.
It's all a part of the game. I mean, there's so many, and that's why, in his defense, that's why it's so amazing for a 19-year-old to win like he already has, because there's a lot that goes on, and maybe because he's 19 could be part of the reason why he did what he did yesterday.
John Garrett won last week, and I covered him in a tournament where he had 6 fish in his live well. You know, I mean, that he would have won and gone to the Classic on. So
Maxam Bassmaster Elite, St. Johns River. Corey Johnson has bumped that lead up to almost 10 pounds. A lot of good fish catching going on. We'll be back in just a moment.
Congratulations, Bob Donnie.
Welcome back. We are the Bassmaster Elite Series, but we got to talk about the next Bassmaster event, the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens at Logan Martin Lake. A lot of history there with the Bassmaster Tournament Series, Bassmaster Classics, Opens, a lot of events there. May 2nd through the 4th, Logan Martin Lake, St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. And man, are those Opens popular nowadays, Steve Bowman. They are super, super popular.
Well, they are, and I think a big reason for that is that elite qualifier. I know we've got the Tackle Warehouse elite qualifier list there, and if you're a bass fishing fan and you have any interest in football, or you have any interest in basketball or baseball or any of the other sports, that's your draft list right there. That is the 100%. What the elite qualifiers have done is it has taken out the chaff and honed these guys to be professional athletes. And now we're here, and that right there, like I said, is your draft list. And one of the reasons why the young crew and the rookies were always talking about how good they are, well, these are the Peyton Mannings and the people that are coming in to play the first game and to work. If they get through that, they're ready for prime time. And a lot of our elite anglers they didn't get honed that way. Iron sharpens iron, right? Yeah. And that is an iron sharpening iron deal right there.
Yeah, that's a nationwide qualification for those elites, where we had it split up in regions and only 3 events. And if you were really good in a certain region, there were some people that maybe made it that were just really good in
certain
North
regions.
and South Carolina or Texas and Louisiana, something like that. But you truly get the best of the best through the EQ qualifiers.
They are so ready to play when they get here.
Came on the bed.
They don't have any weaknesses in their armor.
And it rolled right over on my bait. I thought it was going to eat it. It never did.
It did feel like I'm going to set up on another one.
Just a matter of time.
Uh-oh.
Just got to get her to come on the bed.
Corey's really a prime example of that. In Canada, he's down here in Florida catching their butts, right? He's good at all of it. I mean, and the FLW did that for him. But you don't have to do that in the heat of battle. Now, you come in, you're battle tested, right?
Yeah, but I will say this about Chris and Corey.
Waiting on this fish.
They were known before they came to Elite Series of being smallmouth gurus. Their first Elite Series event was right here. And I was out on the water, Ashley and I saw Corey and Chris, and I'm like, these guys have done this before many, many, many times.
Many times.
It's very similar to where they grew up fishing.
Right. Well, my deal is that's what you get these days.
Yeah.
Is where everybody has that opportunity to be prepared.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
It shouldn't be.
Nope. Come on. It isn't easy to make it to the top level in any sport.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't be.
And it shouldn't be.
It's not easy to stay there. Top level of any sport.
Right. And I know there are people that want it to be different, but the truth of the matter is it shouldn't be.
That's right.
You don't go from the Pee Wee League straight to the majors,
Well, maybe LeBron did, but
yeah, that's true. What did I? Dadgummit. You love him putting me on the spot today.
No, it's just he is a freak of nature, no doubt.
No, 100%. We see on the other side. You're seeing that with Corey, and then you got Matt Airy there. Matt Airy was a co-angler. And he did all the co-angling things and learned the craft. I mean, we're all learning the craft as we go along. And he was a co-angler on the FLW and learned the craft and then moved to the front of the boat, which is the progression. We all progress in one way or the other. And he's obviously dang good. He almost won the classic there that Hank Cherry won in Texas, and been close several times. But those progressions, those works, those different levels are important to master to be a Davey Height or a Kevin Van Dam in our sport. I mean, I think about you. You win a tournament on St. Clair, and then a month later go to the Red River and win. I mean, that was unheard of back in the day.
Lucky Underwear had a big
yes,
part of that.
Yeah. Dirty. You got them framed. I think they put them in that hotel room over there at Bass World. So
I'm not touching that one. So you got to mention coming up live coverage. Bass Live at 1 p.m. Bassmaster.com starts back in the studio with Tommy and Z, Ronnie and Such. Weigh in at 3 o'clock Eastern Time. We're hoping maybe Dave Mercer is back for that, but not sure. Not sure. If he's not ready, let's wait, and hopefully he'll be ready for the weekend. Big crowds here in Palatka, Florida.
Oh, bunches of them.
Saturday morning.
I do send out my condolences to Mercer. It's been fun for me, but at the same time, I just know he's not.
Yeah, we don't like to see a brother sick.
No, I mean Mercer fights through a lot of. We all fight through some sort of sickness during the deal, and he would typically fight through this. But if he's feeling bad, or he would be here.
Yep.
There's no way he'd let me come in here and sit in his chair. I hope he gets feeling better. Really do. I miss him. I think he's such a big part of the weigh-in that.
Oh, there's nobody that can
do it like he can.
Why?
You're seeing these guys sitting around looking at each other. Any minute, one of them catch a big one.
Yeah.
We see that a lot, don't we, right there?
We do, especially in Lake George. Years ago, you'd see. I mean, this looks a little crowded, but you remember some of those 30 and 40 boat groups on one point. Cabbage Point, I think it was.
Yeah.
So they are catching them in Salt Springs.
There's
Corey
a cruiser
Johnson with the lead. Already had a slight lead, but boy, he bumped that lead up unofficially to about 8 pounds, 9 pounds or so, maybe even 10 pounds. I look at that fish a little more, but Matt Airy stayed out on the river, did some other things, but then came in this area like he did yesterday and culled 3 or 4 of his fish, and boy, he came in there and started catching a few keepers and then caught that one. That's certainly more than a keeper, even in Florida.
Yes.
Big fish there. Corey Johnson in first place, 46 pounds, 3 ounces. Ray Hanselman, 36.10. Jacob Fouts, Jake Wheeler. Bob Downey, welcome back, Bob Downey.
Bob Downey. New dad, new father. Wasn't able to fish last week. So glad he's back with us.
Glad he's back. Had to go see his wife. They had a newborn. So, Tommy and the gang, Z, Ronnie Such, back to you.
Thank you, Tom, and so glad to be here today, and you guys have some great fishing in front of you these days. It looks beautiful out there. Only sorry I have to go back home today and can't stay for the whole weekend. But I'm here because we have a long partnership with Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's here in Florida. through our Florida Conservation Solutions Fund. B.A.S. has put several $1 million to good here in Florida in conservation, and today I'm very pleased to announce another $200,000 gift from Bass Pro for restoration of the lake out here in front of you. Both we and FWC have been working on this lake for several years. You may recall, if you're from around here, 2 bad hurricanes that scoured the lake back in 2016 and 2017. So the work that's ongoing here is to restore the submerged aquatic vegetation, and it's going very well. And we're so pleased to B.A.S. that they're making an additional contribution to this. So enjoy this weekend. Good luck to you all. And just remember to, when they ask you at Bass Pro Shops if you want to round up your change for the outdoor fund, make sure you say yes, because this is what that supports. Thank you.
Welcome back to it. Maxam Tires, Bassmaster Elite. That is the city of Palatka, Florida. The mighty St. John's River is our playing field. We got 2 hours left, at least for the anglers in the first flight here. Our live coverage brought to you by Rapala. Certainly love that, and can't wait to tear into these final 2 hours. But let's get out to the water right now and take a look at Matt Airy. Matt Airy has a good record here, good solid record here since he began fishing with the Elites 6 years ago.
Indeed. A couple big calls while we were during the Steve and Davey show.
Mm-hmm.
Got her. God, open your mouth. Thank you. In the mouth. That's the female.
Oh boy, big call right there for Matt Airy. He slinked into Salt Springs with about 5 that weighed maybe 5 pounds. He has grown here in the last hour.
Up to 3rd place.
Absolutely. Strong, strong afternoon for Matt Airy, doing the same thing he did yesterday. Flipping pads early, sight fishing later in the day with some of your other leaders. Getting it done, Matt Airy.
That one coming in just right under 4 pounds for Matt Airy. So with that, we launch into the final 2 hours of action out here. Welcome back to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Tommy Sanders, Mark Zona, Ronnie Moore, and Mike Sukon here. And guys, we look at our top 10 there, 15 pounds separating our top 10. Below that to 50th, just 10 pounds separating that entire group right there. So there's a lot more important maneuvering to go on this afternoon.
Absolutely. I really think the story in your top 10 is your day one leader, Caleb Sumrall, right now with 1 bass in his live well. And surprising. Caleb Sumrall is a great sight fisherman, great shallow water angler. I'm not going to say the other anglers around him have beat the brakes off of him, but it's been pretty close to a beatdown in Salt Springs with Chris Johnston, Corey Johnston, now Matt Airy. We got to see John Cruz catch some big ones. So Caleb Sumrall, a lot of work to do. He has definitely watched the show. I wanted to say one thing. Yep. During our break, I have been in contact with Bassmaster MC Dave Mercer.
Oh, good.
And he is under the weather. He has the flu in a bad way, and there's a primal urge, a primal instinct to be on stage. So we are absolutely hoping. I mean, you want to be a provider. You know what I mean?
No, wait a minute. That's okay. We go with that again? Okay. All right.
No, Tommy, I don't know what we're doing.
We do. I hope Dave gets a feeling better real quickly, but don't
He's not feeling good.
Don't push it. Get well, and we'll do it. Ronnie Moore We're going to go to the midday report.
Yeah,
Sorry, Ronnie.
Oh, okay,
Let's go. Ron, let's go.
We were just talking about this, Ronnie.
Okay.
Corey Johnson now, man on top. Great job pulling away from everybody right now, almost a 10-pound lead. But will this place last another 2 days?
That's the biggest thing is now that we see more of the top 5 now making a home here and stealing some fish away from this area, just like we're seeing with Caleb Sumrall, you go in and start on the wrong 1 or 2 bedfish. Maybe you thought those were the ones you could catch. You don't catch them. It takes longer. You break one off. Then you don't have nearly the weight you have. I think that this place is going to be maybe tapped out by midday tomorrow. So he may have a big lead and some cushion, but it's going to be hard to make this last 4 days.
Not only fishing traffic, but also that satellite, that Google footage that McKinnis put up earlier. I'm serious. On the weekend, on a Saturday, that is the known party area. So what you're going to do is you're going to have a lot of water turned over and churned up in there. I agree with you.
A lot of distractions. A lot of distractions.
Things.
Such, we'll get to you in just a minute, but right now we have got to go to the Yamaha Midday Report to get everybody caught up on what is going on.
I don't know.
There on the St. Johns River. Let's start Rick Clun. We started this tournament with Rick Clun. We are on him all through these 2 days.
Exactly.
Is looking to make that 50 cut. It's down to 48th place now, so Rick Clun needs a bit of a boost this afternoon.
Absolutely.
He's going to have to catch a couple more at least.
Absolutely. Has lived in Rodman throughout the entire tournament. Actually, one of our leaders fishing in Rodman, so we got potential. We'll be back in Rodman tomorrow. Rick Clun sitting with just over 22 pounds. Heard Bowman say he's gonna need a couple calls. Lived with a jerkbait and mostly a crankbait, you could say, for the most of the day today. But been a special event for Rick Clun. Know he wants to make it to semifinal Saturday. Gonna need a few fish catches here late on Friday.
Yeah, it's not a ceremonial walkthrough this week
And
for Rick Clun, although we're
all
celebrating it. He's serious. He wants to be.
All that weight has been from Rodman as well. I'd like to see him lock back into the St. John's and make some good work this afternoon.
And with Wes Logan today, sitting at 30 pounds and 6 ounces. He's looking good to make the cut for sure.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. Most of his fish on day one came flipping and with a swim jig. A lot of confidence. I know he was big on some fantasy teams this week. Actually, got to talk to him yesterday. I had him pretty high on my list to do well here. A little bit slow today. Wes Logan sitting with just under 9 pounds unofficially. So definitely a lot of work to be done. And with that being said, there have been a few big stringers caught in the region of the St. John's that he has been in today. Unfortunately, not in Wes Logan's live well.
The formula tells us 26, 27 pounds are going to be the cut line today, most likely. Wes Logan just inside that, but could use a little insurance, of course.
There's about 25 to 28 that don't have bass tracks, so we saw that leaderboard start to stack up at weigh-in once they came in.
Caleb Kufal having a good tournament. A little bit of a slow start for his season, but he seems to be knowing what he's doing around these boat docks here. He's been just in and out of the top 10 all day.
Yeah, and really surprising yesterday. Could not get that boat dock game going. Catching this good one right here on a jig. Most of his damage on day one on a bladed jig in the same region of the St. John's that Wes Logan was fishing. Had one key 100-yard stretch. That bladed jig did not work too well this morning, but getting it done on the docks. But again, another angler that's going to need to make some calls.
28 pounds and 8 ounces on day number one was Caleb Sumrall. Just a fantastic day. Mastering the St. Johns River, but a different story today.
Yes, this fish right here, the only one we have in Caleb Sumrall's live well right now. One bass. Did see him lose a good one, which could pay costly right now. Caleb Kufal just, I was going to say fighting to catch a limit. He's been fighting to catch number two. That one right there, and we had some drone footage of that one. Potentially a really good one for Caleb Sumrall.
Yeah, could have slept in today. Maybe what he did yesterday was important. I'll just leave it at that. Matt Airy. Saw him catch a good one just minutes ago.
And what's been interesting with Matt Airy, he started doing this yesterday, catching 5 that weigh about 5 or 6 pounds, then makes his way into Salt Springs and basically calls everything out that he spends 3 hours on in the morning. Very curious to see if Matt Airy on semifinal Saturday, he has been growing steadily, really the last hour of fishing, good one right here is, does he bypass that 5 to 7 pound limit flipping area and just come to Salt Springs early on Saturday morning? Because basically he has called out everything yet here again today like he did yesterday.
Salt Springs inevitably is going to attract some more anglers. In fact, we saw John Cruz slip in there and catch a good one right before our leader here, right in front of our leader here, Corey Johnston.
And what's funny about that, let's kind of go through Corey's catches today. He was rough talking them. Big line, bigger baits, got to his limit. You got to see a little bit of finesse fishing, and as the sun went up, Corey has started to make really big calls. I believe this is a 7-pounder right off the rip this morning. Perspective view in the low light conditions. Now he's been actually able to eye spy, but he has seen a couple big ones caught around him. And I have to tell you, I was listening to Steve and Davey a little bit talk about, what's right, what's wrong. Well, you see John Cruz in that. Let's be very clear. There are only 4 boats in this area where usually there are 20 to 30. So kind of part of the game when you're
absolutely.
In the biggest.
It's naturally going to attract some more anglers. That's true.
This is a big one. It just happened moments ago for Corey Johnston. Said he thought that this one was a cruiser. Good one right there. He's starting to work on a really big stringer. Yeah.
It's looking good. We'll see how it holds up for the rest of this tournament here. Very, very important. Let's take a look at our leaderboard, our unofficial leaderboard. Go a little deeper this time because the big action, the big juice is around the 50 spot there. You got to be there or above in order to fish semifinal Saturday. We've got John Cox having joined the fray and made the long trip. Came up with a 7-pounder. Wait, now, Such, is Cox or is Corey Johnston our Phoenix Big Bass?
They're tied.
They're tied.
3 guys at 7 pounds even.
That's what I thought.
And Bob Downey.
When you look at consistency, Tommy, 23 yesterday wasn't impressive because he was 5 pounds off the pace. 23 today gives him a 10-pound lead. And you think about his brother had a good day, 16 pounds. He doubles that up, and he's now 14 pounds behind.
See,
our angler,
go Such.
Our Angler of the Year race is tightened up. Trey McKinney, after getting out of the penalty box for running a no-wake zone. He's got 4 shots on goal. He's got 6.6 pounds.
Do you think the anglers tomorrow on the stage will want to be like really close, like next to Mercer, or no? I don't know. I don't know how it works.
Justin Atkins in 39th place here, 24 pounds.
Stetson Blaylock in there. Ed Loughran had a great tournament last week at the Harris Chain of Lakes. Scott Martin, Florida angler, hanging in there in the state of Florida these past 2 weeks. And we see Brian Schmidt down there calling at the cut line. Is that right?
If we keep going down to like 65th, 75th, 85th on this leaderboard, if we keep doing them, we'll start to see some fantasy players from my team show up. Because they were all below the cut yesterday. Oh, yeah.
Full disclosure, I like it. Pull the curtains back.
That's good. That comes. The good comes with the bad. Ronnie, you're maturing as a fantasy king.
We're trying.
Hackney has 2 fish for 3 pounds right now.
Wow, really?
Well, unless he set down his bass track and hasn't entered like you said.
I'm going to go with that.
Yeah, okay.
Rick Clun just outside the cut right now. Definitely needs more to get up to that projected line.
Well, it is time. Your day 1 leader, Caleb Sumrall, trying to get the wheels back on. Corey Johnston, yards away. Matt Airy, looking good right in the middle.
That's the picture.
That's
exactly it right there.
Oh, yeah, that's great for sight fishing.
Classic champ having a day, 17-12 for Justin Hamner. Of course, he started 102nd.
I'm back. That was pretty cool.
Come on, fish.
Word is also with 4 fish for Trey McKinney, he is headed back north.
I think that was some of it.
Those river spots.
I think that's some of why KVD didn't kind of retired early. See, he saw himself becoming irrelevant, I think, to a certain extent.
Let's really trench in on this conversation in
Boy,
Coop's boat right
we are
now. What is
having a big time roundtable discussion here on the industry insider talk?
Well, they're winning because it takes less skill to master. I mean, like you said, it takes skill to use that technology. Absolutely, 100%. I'm not near what those kids are, good with it. But that's not all I do either, If that's all I did, maybe I'd be pretty darn good at it, but I don't want to do it all the time. That's not fishing to me. That's a different sport entirely.
Here we go.
Yeah.
I feel like I just picked up the phone and listened to one of those old party lines.
Yes! I was just going to say, I feel like I'm eavesdropping.
I'm intruding on their conversation.
Did a private podcast just start on the water?
I think it did, just a little bit.
The time has come in our sport to where technology has overcome what it probably should be.
That area with one.
Yeah, another one there. I don't know if that's going to help him.
What happened?
Says he's got a 1 pound 2 ounce in his 5.
Ouch. Pretty sure he won't help. We'll check him.
Just like the movie Lawnmower Man.
Good Lord.
I guess so.
Better days. He's been cut by something. I don't know if he'll help or not. I thought he was like a 2-pounder.
That was Caleb Koopall talking with his cameraman about just the state of technology within the sport, his lack of desire to do it. Maybe he's assuming other anglers' lack of desires to do that and why they would retire.
When I fished 4 minutes
is that a thing in the industry?
I mean, I feel like
is that going on? I didn't know that was happening out there.
It's 100% a speculation. What's more peculiar to me is looking at Kiyoya Fujita's day 2 weight right now, being right around all these guys as well, with 4 fish for 5 pounds?
Very much
something
so.
like that. Like he
very much so.
Had a tough day yesterday. If he was in here, then that's 2 straight days of getting, taken to the woodshed, in theory.
Was doubled yesterday's weight, Ronnie.
Yep, that was it right there. That's the one I lost earlier. Pretty sure I can catch him too.
I feel like we need to leave the Koofall podcast and get some more of that Masters music on.
Yeah.
If I don't.
There it is.
I don't know where McKinnis is, but I'd high five him.
Can we get the bird sounds with that also? That'd be great.
So spot on. Fun day.
Yeah.
It's had everything.
Oh man, yeah, like that. Holy cow. Big day for Corey Johnston, trying to kind of pull away from the field a little bit.
Marched his way to the lead, Tommy.
No doubt about it. We got 2 more days of fishing after this, though, so there's plenty more to unwind here on the St. Johns River. Plenty more to unwind before this day is done. Welcome back. Maxam Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River, showing you this section of our leaderboard because these are the ones that have to move up, and they're amidst a bunch of high-level performers in years past. How about the four of them there? Brandon Cobb, Greg Hackney, John Cruz, and right there with them is Rick Clun. They've all got work to do before this day is done. Of course, we are keeping our eyes on Rick Clun. It's a big, big week for him. Big milestone and one of the most incredible careers in sports.
Look at
With
that
in
stud,
mind,
Tommy, right in the middle of your
Right
screen,
in the
going to
middle.
set up on that
Yeah,
turtle.
Bullseye right there.
Flush them.
Northland Daily Trivia. Here we go. Where in the standings did Rick Clun start day 3 of the 2016 St. John's
that's a
Elite?
good
You'll
one.
remember he was a winner in that one. Where did he start day 3? Not Championship Sunday, but day 3. 13th? Was he 23rd? Was he 30th? Or was he 39th? Think about that. We're gonna, since we're early, we're gonna call. We're no time to chew on it. We're just gonna go to it. Z, what do you say?
Yeah, no time to mess around right here. I'm going to go with C, 30th.
He's got his phone in his hand, Tommy, so if he gets it right, it's in question. I'll take a B, 23rd.
I'll take C. I mean, I think 30th.
He had 31
It
pounds,
is
8
30,
ounces
yeah.
after 2
See,
days, and he
I
caught
don't-
31.7 on day 3.
That's not right.
It is C. Climbed from 30th
Absolutely
to 1st,
right
and
answer.
then
Yeah.
19
I covered
pounds
that
to
tournament, actually, Ronnie, with Tommy Sanders.
Yeah, I was there too. Yeah, but I mean, you were.
Amazing.
You didn't have a camera with him, so that's
Let's
why I
see
didn't
if we can't get out to Rodman right now with the man himself that we were just speaking of, Mr. Rick Clun.
Sure.
I'm
Man of
trying,
the hour.
Tommy, I'm trying.
Yeah, that was perfect.
Thanks.
What are you talking about? Got the targets inside.
Holy crap, dude. I mean, there is an absolute ginormous one right here.
That is not the voice
It
of Rick.
appears
Yes,
Matt Airy
Matt
has found
Airy
one
is
spawning very
creeping
close
around.
to.
And that was Matt Airy. Matt Airy can throw his voice, that's well known.
Over the dam.
Yeah, that's hard to do, but the best can do that kind of stuff.
Boy, he has stuck to this game plan the last 2 days.
I mean, it's a. Would be a great deal. We'd get another day. Gosh. Even think of two more days for Rick Clun.
Stay on the bed. There's so many fish around. None of them seem to be ready.
So Z, why do you think the back is the only place in Salt Springs being utilized when we've seen other stretches in this place? It's
hard
not
to say.
all of them
Hard to say. Could be a time of year deal. Very hard. You're right. We've seen way bigger stretches in Salt Springs where they're spread out. This is just a very. Obviously, there's really, really good depressions in the back of that, but
like 3 to 4, 5 feet tops
Yeah.
all the way around it.
But that has been historically, that area has been the biggest player consistently, throughout the years. But what's weird about Salt Springs, of all the events that we've had here, it never holds out. Right? It never
Hasn't
holds
made it
out.
to the
It'll hold out for maybe like somebody finishing 8th or 9th, but
Yep.
not to win. Because Erie's
Yes.
been in Salt Springs for 4 straight, but I got 7th, 8th, 9th in the past year. But yeah, not a winning weight. I think that one year we had Kelly J, Micah Frazier, Matt Airy.
And they were fishing.
Yes,
They were
for,
fishing.
Yes, for sure. I think Brandon Polinick was down and around there
Yep.
at times too.
That was 2 events ago, wasn't it? Or was that 2019?
It might have been. No, I think it was 2021. and maybe 2020.
Well, that was 2 events ago.
Yeah. And then I do think Ari has a lot of good experience in here, and he blew right by the region Bob Downey got second in, which is you know, like Bob was in that same region as well. So there have been good weights, but it's always you have a terrible one. Bob had a great day 1, absolutely miserable day 2, and then had to come back to try to catch a cruise last year.
How much you got? I don't know how much. 22, but I got a 2-pounder. I got 22, but I got a 2-pounder. They're everywhere, they just won't bite.
Throw something else in there right now, Such. Caleb Sumrall has indeed left this area.
I just was looking at the map.
I know you were.
You can see that.
Really?
Suffering a little salt burn, Mr. Sumrall was.
We've actually got a former top 10er here, Micah Frazier, watching.
All right.
And he said,
Miss Micah.
He said that he heard that the area further out from where these guys are in the back is infested with ladyfish.
Wow. All right.
I'm trying to get Micah to get me in, give me a small business loan so I can start putting gas stations up, because he's been popping them up ever since he retired last fall.
Now, Mark Frazier's still committed to.
Yeah, Mark's
keeping on.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Brad Watley's fish just came in. 2 5-pounders at 19.5.
Okay.
Up to 23rd place, 27.14 total. He had a bad day 1.
Yeah, but he had like a 6.5-pounder and then one more to go with it.
Fish yesterday.
You get 5 of those, you'll be in the right ballpark to come back.
In the right neighborhood. Well, Corey Johnston talking about bemoaning the fact that he can't get him to bite right now in Salt Springs area there. But we look at our leaderboard, and he has done the work he needs to get done today. He's got almost a 10-pound lead over the rest of the field. Ray Hanselman Jr. tucking up in there after him, and Matt Airy in the same area, still hanging out there. Jake Whitaker, Fouts, Downey, Zaldane. His brother Chris Johnston in the top 10 as well. And so we're going to call it for Corey, right?
I think we need you, Tommy Sanders. Marathon peak performance. A dazzling Friday of action with Corey Johnston. Still sitting on a 2-pounder, and he seemed extremely upset about that. Unofficially at 23 pounds, with a 10-pound lead. Your marathon peak performance, none other than Corey Johnston.
All right, why don't we just take this opportunity to stop the presses for just a minute and hear from the man himself. Talked earlier with Corey Johnston.
Going into this tournament, the St. John's River is massive. You got, I don't know how many miles of the river, then you got Rodman, so you had to take a lot into consideration, and did a little bit of looking and seen some on beds. Chris did the same, and he said, man, he goes, I've seen a lot of them on beds. So day 2 of practice, I went into that area where Chris seen a bunch, marked a whole bunch of fish, and you know, I'm excited to get out there, see if I can find a few more. I do have a backup plan, doing a lot of flipping, pitching, that kind of stuff. So, you know, I'm hoping we have calm winds, high sun, and we'll see how it shakes out this week. Oh my God, 4 or 5.
Maxam Tires, Bassmaster Elite of the St. John's River here in Palatka, Florida, is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. We get right down to this incredible river here. So many different facets, areas to explore. That is Trey McKinney, they tell. Okay. Right there, if you're just joining with us, Trey McKinney yesterday was cited for running, not observing no wake at a railroad bridge, a railroad trestle, going upstream during his trek either to or from his spot yesterday. The penalty he had to pay was spotting the field 90 minutes this morning. So he had to sit on the dock for 90 minutes and got a late start. As a result, I'm going to hang with him right now, but he did eventually get to his place.
Go ahead, Z.
It's 5 fish, unofficially 7 pounds. So his goal was to be hovering somewhere around that 10 or 12 pounds. And if you got to hang with us late yesterday on Bassmaster Live, he definitely has a solid school of 2 to 3 pound fish near the takeoff. So we are, as much as we can hang with Trey McKinney, we'll definitely do that. But obviously he is on the move, right?
Yeah, he's going.
His marshal, Brian, had said just a few minutes ago that they were making their way back north towards the river in those regions that we saw him stop and try to catch some fish or things that he didn't need yesterday that he will need today.
He almost had 21 pounds yesterday and built a 44-point lead in AOI. He started this event 10 points ahead of Jordan Lee. He's now 2 spots ahead of him, so he may gain 2 points depending on how everything shakes out the rest of this tournament.
For people at home who are wondering, the 90-minute penalty, is that standard order? I'm pretty sure normally 30 minutes is for running a no-wake zone. This one is not publicly marked, so if you are just a recreational angler or someone on the river, you can run through there, but it is a place that is a safety hazard, and so B.A.S.S. has deemed it every year we've came here as a no-wake zone. And this being Trey's first time and him not properly reading all of the tournament pre-tournament info led to his demise yesterday. And so it was reported, and he, with Lisa Talmadge, admitted to it and took his penalty and missed out on a morning bite. And those fish may set up differently in the morning compared to just 10 o'clock. Correct, Z?
Yeah, you kind of felt yesterday watching, you know, he was working quickly knowing that might not last forever, and he was about done yesterday by 10:30, so pretty much missing that entire gig today. Here's what we have learned: it does not last long.
Yeah.
So
if you're not familiar with Trey McKinney, he is a graduate of the EQ, the Elite Qualifier circuit from last year. Finished third place in points in that right here. He came out here as a rookie and had a great start there at Toledo Bend, and then set the 4th largest 4-day total weight total at Lake Fork.
130 pounds, 15 ounces. He was only 1.5 pounds off the all-time record and was still 4th. That's how close that 2008 Falcon event was.
So he's built quite the record in a very, very short period of time, and
Do we really have Cliff Prince with no fish today?
I don't
Come
think
on,
he has a
come on
marshal.
now,
I don't
guys.
think he has a marshal
No,
today.
no,
Probably
no,
not.
no. There's no way on that.
Sumrall needs to catch him. He's the only guy in like our top 75 without a limit. There's a couple others like Swindle and Hackney's not showing a limit either, but not counting him.
He's at 31, which most of the estimates of the cut line, that should
Wind's
make
making
it,
it hard to
but not
see.
by a lot. Trey McKinney, on the other hand,
the rest of the day is
probably
trying
needs
to
an
find
upgrade.
one more that wants to bite. I'm gonna stay here, stick it out. I'm shocked that it held up again. So I don't know, maybe we'll get surprised for 2 more days.
Is he these fish that won't bite today? Do they progress some in a day's time? Tomorrow, might they be?
Absolutely could.
inclined to?
You heard it right there.
need
He's
to
shocked.
come
He
across.
shocked he got the meat that he got off the bone today. The other thing is, he was dead serious. He was not gonna. He thought yesterday after the weigh-in that they burned it down yesterday, and was dead serious that he was going to run to the south end of George. Not making that run to the south end of George where he's sitting now.
Good call.
Good call. Because when he said it, I said, really? I said, you're not going to check it in the morning? He said, well, I might. Lucky he did.
Yeah, at that point in the morning, Z, if he catches this 4.5 and a 7, he has enough weight with those 2 fish to not only make the cut, but probably be near the top 10 as we bring it into the Dakota Lithium Screen and Knowledge. Talking about Corey Johnston, we've talked about how good the Johnston brothers and their track record is in the state of Florida or fishing this type of way, whether it's sight fishing or fishing grass and shallow vegetation. That is something they do in Canada, but they are known for their smallmouth up there, obviously. When we look at the 4 times that Corey Johnston has been to the St. Johns River on the Bassmaster Elite Series, he's got a pretty good track record. He's got a 17th the last time we were here, a 17th the trip previously in 2021. The 55th is a little bit of an outlier. That was the 3-day event where I think we obviously fished a full field for 2 days. He missed the cut, but we only had 25 advance to the final day because it was a shortened event, only 3 days. That was the one that Paul Mueller won way up north, and it took, I think Kyle Welcher had a 10-pounder in that event, but only had 35 pounds to get in the top 10. And then the first time we came here in the big heavyweight showdown that almost took a Century Club for Rick Clun to win, Corey Johnston got 8th place in that event. I believe his brother was also in it to win it, I think getting 2nd that week. So a 17th, a 17th, and an 8th. That 55th, I'll call it an outlier because of what he's doing this week. Right now, currently in 1st place. So if we come back to the St. Johns River in the near future and you don't have Corey Johnston on your team, I'll have to remind myself of this. You'll want to put him on there because he's got a pretty good track record. So
Scott Canterbury just knocked Caleb Sumrall out of the top 10. He caught a 4.13. He started 9th. He's up in our top 10 now.
Scott Canterbury started his Angler of the Year campaign on a good note here.
Yeah.
When he won it back in 2019. Good showing here. Pretty far upstream.
There is no way. There is no way.
Fish was coming to the bed and that boat just spooked it off again.
He can't not be here tomorrow. No. Not never.
how long do you give it, though?
Look out now.
There it is. Okay, never mind.
Say it again.
How long do you give it, though? If he already felt like he
You're
burned
gonna-
it down,
you're gonna-
you caught
you're
it
gonna be
good,
able-
you're going to...
He is seeing what he needs to see right now, but he's also going to. You'll be able to gauge fairly quickly, by 10 o'clock.
You better go in there in the morning because you can't stop somewhere else and then come in with all the boats. So
I would
yeah,
totally agree.
Yeah, you come in the morning and feel free to leave when people start coming in, I
Which
guess.
he would be boat number 1 tomorrow.
Yep.
Right.
It's what, 30, 40 minute
Eastern
trip
takeoff
to get down there from Palatka?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say
Something like that.
hey, look, if he unofficially has a 10-pound lead, we've covered a lot of tournaments here that we have seen anglers just protect that kind of lead Saturday and a Sunday. We've seen that many times.
If he gets rid of that 2-pounder with a 4 or 5 and gets 25 100%. Pounds today, it's one of those,
And that over Matt Airy's shoulder is going to be the issue tomorrow. A lot of pleasure traffic.
Yes, recreational craft.
This was the best thing that I thought would give me the best opportunity to have a good tournament. It's settling down in here. Fortunately, we've had good conditions too, which has allowed us to really maximize what's in here because we can see so good. Sun's been shining, wind hadn't been blowing real hard. But you let it get windy and overcast in here and it's done. Like, you're not catching them. A lot of these fish are a little bit deeper in here, and another baby, I'm sure, unless it was one on the bed right there. It might have been, actually. He's over there and find out. You never know. Could have been a good one that was. Yeah, I don't think so. I've definitely seen some more potential in here. Not a lot, but a little bit. Definitely seen a little bit more potential in here. They're gonna have to get their attitudes right.
Matt Airy having pretty good years, made the cut in the first 2 events, also 15th place in the Classic. So adding on this effort here.
And Corey was our big momentum guy at the Classic, came from outside the top 10 and finished 6th place, getting a pretty good finish.
So we will break away from these two, Corey Johnson, Matt Airy, continuing their labors, Salt Springs area. We'll come right back momentarily.
Oh!
That's scary when it comes right out of break.
Producer Mike McKinnis has been spicy all day long. This bass right here is spicy of them all. Our pole replay of the day, fairly easy, my friend Tommy Sanders. Corey Johnston, perspective view on his depth finder. Watching this one snatch his bug off the bottom. Big one right there. We unofficially have that one at 7 pounds. Might be an ounce or 2 more. Corey Johnston right now in the driver's seat, especially as Ron Moore, you said, if he gets rid of that unofficial 2-pounder in his live well, he will be in command of this event here on the St. Johns River. River, R-I-B-B-E-R. Now check this out, Tommy Sanders.
I'm checking it.
Humminbird unlocked the lake. 5+ pounders. De Leon Springs.
He did it.
A factor, he did it. John Cox got us a big one. We steered right back over there. We see you, boy. 7-pounder as we head downstream, which is actually north. Very awkward to commentate this at times. It's almost like the same way it is at Kentucky Lake. You're going from south to north, hard to explain. See a couple big ones caught on the bottom of Lake George. A lot of experience there in the past. As you see Salt Springs to the left of your screen right there. Looking over that as the crow flies. Well, we're gonna go right down into there, Salt Springs, and then head over to Rodman. Not that many big time This time around, one big one in the back. One in the center.
Maybe
Got a
from Will
feeling.
Davis. He was that far over there, too.
Got a feeling this hummingbird unlocked the lake. We might be in that region tomorrow. And then, just south of our takeoff, a lot of solid stringers. Definitely going to see some action there tomorrow. And north of Palatka, South Green Cove, one nice one up there. That is your hummingbird unlock the lake.
Is Corey staring at Matt Airy? Staring him down?
You what?
I got like a 1.4 in there though, dude.
I got one that maybe is 2 pounds, maybe.
Yeah, I got like a 13-incher. If I can catch this one and get out of here, I'll be happy.
How long do you think it takes to get back?
I'd give yourself an hour at least.
Hour and 10, it should do it.
Yeah, that's plenty.
It is 2:06.
Problem is getting out of here.
Right.
John Cox, though, he has another hour and 20 minutes more than the first flyers. He's probably on his way back.
Should be
now.
coming back in
He's
now.
a long way
I
down.
don't know. I ain't kept up with it where we're at.
Because he
today,
also has to get fuel.
Oh, that's
I
right.
see this fish. Freaking wind.
Corey is doing it 4 o'clock, and Airy is right behind him at 4 o'clock as well in the takeoff order. They were the first boats from Flight 3 to leave the dock today.
Caleb Sumrall looking for some kind of friendly
Problem
place.
is, fish could be very likely sitting in the bed, and I couldn't see it if it was because it's dark in there.
So with Airy and Johnston saying an hour, maybe an hour 10, right when our show is ending, they would have either going to be pushing it or they've already left a few minutes prior.
Caleb will be back.
Make it move. I don't think it's in there.
Due back at 3.
The male might be. The male's little.
He's got to figure out something to catch just a few.
Just let it be flat, calm tomorrow.
Fish.
Huh. Oh. Third, 4 o'clock. All right, buddy.
Chris is already headed back. It looks like he is at the mouth of Salt Springs, headed north.
The wind would stop, it'd change everything.
Did you see Hanselman in the group of boats on the map lock in to Rodman or no?
I need to at least float by it.
No.
No.
See if they're there.
No.
So we will see Crescent, Salt Springs.
We will see Rodman.
Some Rodman. We'll see some canals. We'll
see a lot of the chain tomorrow.
Yeah, we will see you get a good view.
Be gorgeous.
I only spied one marker in Crescent.
Yes.
As we flew by there.
But it's the guy.
Oh.
He always makes Crescent work.
Okay.
Mr. Mark Menendez.
Hell, I don't think it's there. It ain't. I'm sitting there fishing. It's so dark in those beds, dude. They probably just swimming around, to be honest with you. Local out here fishing.
remember when we covered Koya Fujita, the first event of the year at Toledo, made the comment it would be really interesting to watch how he performed on the Florida Lakes.
Yeah.
Because after here, he's gonna be a
a
handful. Well,
he spotted the field. Gave him a fair.
He certainly did.
A fair crack at it. He didn't really get much done at Harris, and obviously not so far done that well here.
Pretty bottom. Makes me want to get in, swim a little bit.
Two guys from pretty deep today making noise. Logan Latusa from 74th to about 19th with 18.5, and that Brad Watley, I think it was 94th. He's 19.5, he's in the 20s.
Well, you can hear the kids there in Salt Springs having a time.
Little one on the bed right there. Little ones will swim off the bed and get it quick. Oh, dang it, there was one right there and I just threw on that sucker. A nice one too.
Caleb Sumrall hooked up.
There we go. No. Oh no.
Cannot catch a break.
Oh. You.
Come on, dude.
He has got his hands full with him.
Slimy old dinosaur there.
Thought we had us one, dude.
That's not. I gotta have a different rod. Stop, Lynn. Acts like he's been hooked.
Moving.
I cannot say with this wind.
Oh, that's a lonely feeling with Caleb Sumrall.
Yeah, that's
he's a
too
good
much
dude,
contrast.
man. That is a rough fishing day coming off of the lead. And really, besides the one he lost, really just never had any other opportunities. Oh yeah.
I don't know what was.
That wind howling made it even sound lonelier.
It did make it sound lonelier. Lost. Are we back at the podcast?
Uh-oh. It may have wrapped.
Well, they're having a time in that boat today.
We are.
Oh, get in here, buddy. Boy, that one went down a little bit. I'm gonna let him eat it just a little too long. I think he might be all right though. He's not bleeding at all. Oh.
Removal.
That was nice, wasn't it?
Okay. Caleb Kufall from the Milwaukee area.
The Koof.
Slow start for him this year, but he is looking better. Now,
the Koof Cast.
I want to remind you about the Yamaha Bassmaster College Series. Right Waters Bassmaster Kayak Series. Powered by Tourney X. Had a big classic there. Same week we had the classic in Oklahoma. Just wrapped a big one over at Possum Kingdom Lake. The Brazos River. There's a QR code if you want to scan today and become a part of it yourself. Fast growing aspect of the sport here. A lot easier to get into. Good gateway into some big time bass fishing. They got an event coming up May 18th and 19th.
1 month.
On the Tennessee River, Lake Guntersville, going out of Scottsboro.
Greg DePalma won the last time they
That's
fished
right.
Guntersville in the kayak
He's keen on the kayak stuff. You're keen to come back, and we'll do it. Just a minute or two away.
Let's
rolling on with the Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River, Palatka, Florida. This is, again, day number 2 of 4 days of fishing. Important day. You got to be in the top 50 at the end of the day. One of the stories we cannot ignore. It's not one you want to dwell on, but it happens. That's for sure. Caleb Sumrall with 28 pounds and 8 ounces on day 1, 5 fish limit, beautiful limit of fish, leading the tournament by a good, healthy margin. And we come back today and he has 1 fish. Very few minutes left to fish today, middling 3.5 pounder. It happens. It does happen. When it happens at the top of the leaderboard, we all know it and we see it. It happens up and down.
And not only that, here's what's really strange, Tommy. It happens more in this state for some reason of tournaments we covered than elsewhere. Out on the water right now, Caleb Sumrall live.
Little hissy fit for you. This sport will chew you up and spit you out the second you think you're up. It's all right, we troll the motor down this time to go in. We got a bite. That was a decent one.
Well, that is no fun.
Gosh. Not much you could say on that.
No, just one of those days. Let's get over to West Logan.
I do not like fishing lily pads. A lot of guys talked about the issues.
You ever
of
think
trying
maybe
to
lily pads don't like
Oh,
you?
no, 100%.
What?
They've
Why
told
don't we
me.
get out to
They've
West
told
Logan
me.
right now? I'll tell you another angler that we kind of thought was gonna. We thought he was gonna do big things today. West Logan. Limit
in third
the
place, yeah.
Exactly.
Maintain it.
Nothing over 2.5.
Oh, that one will help. Thank you, Lord.
It was a great fish catch too. The fish actually looks pre-spawn.
314.
Or it spawned back in December.
Yeah, it's been back up a little bit.
Awesome. And he just knocked Sumrall down to 12th. Another one more spot down.
Oh, let's go. You can see that fish sitting crossways in the bed.
Let's see if I can get her to bite.
And John Cox, who has a 7-0 on his bass track, did it to us at Harris Chain last week. Had a 7-0. It ended up being a 9-3. So thinking he may have a little bit more.
Gotcha. Freaking last minute. Like I said, it ain't a giant, but freaking happy to have her right now.
Gonna have a big bag today, bud. Yes.
Yep. He's doing it 4. Ronnie, did you say?
Yes, so about 250 was what he was going to want to get out of here, so about 20 more minutes.
Yeah.
Good call for Corey Johnston there. That's going to be very vital for him to expand his lead to even bigger proportions going into day 3, into the weekend. The top 50 will fish tomorrow. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen and Knowledge, and we were looking at that area. Some great aerials and drone footage from Wes Miller today in that Salt Springs region. Let's look at a comparison of Google Earth and then a little bit of mapping and seeing how it lays out. But you can obviously see on the drone footage all of those really bright areas, how shallow it is, where all the beds are. There is a little bit of darkness, a little bit of deep water at the end of the spring as well. And so when you see it on Google Earth there, this is how it translates to Humminbird Lake Master mapping. When you look at this, it's not obviously, you're not going to do contours in Salt Springs in the back for any kind of little edge or deal. It's all relatively shallow sight fishing conditions, good areas, but you can tell Salt Springs normally are a deep area, and right in the back there, right where it drops off and all those beds start out right in front of it, that is what the depth is. That darkest blue is that 15 to 20 foot, and then about 10 to 15 foot is in light blue. Yellow is that 5 to 10 foot, and then anything green and red is below 5 feet. Perfect sight fishing depth, but also you need that clear water like it provides, and then also these anglers want slick, calm conditions and sunny skies, and that's what they've gotten the first 2 days of competition. Tomorrow, we might get that a little bit, but we will also get an increased boat traffic, so the area that's shallow, it's a pretty big expansive area. Hoping fish pull in, they will need that in the morning before all of the boat traffic gets in there. So that's a little breakdown on showing how this is all kinds of real estate they can fish and how deep it does get in the back. Maybe fish live in there, pull back up on those beds at certain key points of the day.
How about old Bob Downey, a 7.6, our biggest fish of the day. Peter Boat's Big Fish Alert. 21 pounds, 15 ounces, second place, up from 28.
Wow, good for Bob.
Second biggest of the day.
Missed last week's event at the Harris Chain due to the birth of his child. I'm glad to hear that his new baby and wife are doing well, and then he's gonna, he's gonna.
Baby
I don't
pattern.
think Baby doesn't need shoes, but Baby probably needs diapers soon.
Tell
so
you what, this rod
be
right
great.
here,
Come back
this
from
is the one I designed for Daiwa. I mean, a lot of people would look at it and think it's too soft, but I specifically designed it for this, and as you can see, catches them.
Johnston did cull a pound, the 3-pounder, extended his lead to 10 pounds over Hanselman before Downey got within 9.3.
Ooh.
Got about 15 minutes, so we'll go to this big one here and just see.
Sumrall was telling me last night that he really wanted to catch him because he's been through the opens. He knows if you don't catch him, Chris Bowes will let you know about it. And so today at the weigh-in, he might not be as, he's going to put Caleb in order a little bit. Maybe a day 3 motivation, day 3 switch up. No, I kid, obviously, but Chris Bowes did slink back into his old duties of tournament director and MC at the same time.
Got it done too. Yeah. Got it done.
I'd like to see Caleb grab one more before we get in there. That'd be good.
Save that one for tomorrow.
Got a feeling Corey's got quite a few that size saved for tomorrow.
Whether it's smallmouth or they save and manage
very well.
Sight fish very,
especially with
very,
two
very
of them depleting them together.
Corey's still looking for his first lead series win. Had one in the bag up there on the St. Lawrence many years ago, and seemingly had some unforeseen mishaps, troubles.
All right. I haven't looked. No, no chance.
.25 minutes left for Caleb Sumrall. You see the bridge in the background. He's not that far from the Palatka City boat dock, I do believe.
All right, let's get out of here. Flip some pads on the way back.
Well, he is done in Salt Springs. Strong day.
Oof.
Yes.
Back to Caleb Kufal.
Okay. We're leaving in like 2 minutes anyway.
Here's your forecast tomorrow by the TH Marine Weather Watch. It's going to be 92, even a little warmer.
Woo.
Shade warmer. Wind picking up significantly, 15 miles an hour expected.
Yeah. That is going to be a little bit of a handful for those guys that, like Corey Johnston, that are fishing a little bit deeper beds, 4 to 4.5 feet of water. That's going to be a handful. 15-mile-an-hour wind.
The
kind
direction
of builds through the day, though. It's not. It's low early.
Good.
And the direction. What is that? What was that from the?
I would say it would
coming
be
from
a
the
90, I would
southwest.
say.
Yeah.
It's going to have south in it.
Yeah.
Caleb about to wrap it up here. He's told us a couple of minutes. Was that coming from Salt Springs when we had the longest ever running shot with John Cruz?
No, that was the Tennessee River.
Oh,
right.
Wow.
He was at the bottom. He was down at the Loudon Dam or
That's
whatever.
right.
We ran the entire way.
And running and
He said it was coming from Gunnersville.
He had locked up from Chick and was headed out to Watts
hilarious.
Bar. The things we remember from Bass.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All the inane things spring instantly to mind.
I thought did we get introduced to the mousetrap hook set in a canal here at the St. John's, or wasn't the Sabine?
I thought it was.
it?
No, I thought it was Santee maybe.
See, I thought it was because he was spinnerbaiting there. I feel like it was before that. We'll have to look and see his St. John's finishes. I got a spreadsheet somewhere of something.
How about a Rick Clun story? Ray Scott is with Barbara Bush in their boat, and Clun is with President Bush, and she catches a good one. Ray Scott said, she's a really good fisherman. He goes, oh, that's a great one, honey. And then he turns to Rick Clun and says, we better catch a good one or I'll never hear the end of it.
You're crazy.
There you go.
This is crazy.
Barbara. Well, let's take a minute. Check out Corey Johnson for one more comment on today.
Man, it was, couldn't ask for anything better today. It started out good. First fish was a great big one. Second one was like a 7-pounder. But they're extremely hard to catch today. Like, I've seen way more females today than I did yesterday, but they're just not locking on. Like, that last one I caught, as soon as I seen it, I knew I was going to catch it. It was locked right on, right how it should. So I haven't looked at the weather tomorrow, but hopefully we got a nice, calm, sunny day, and hopefully a few of these things lock on and come back here and do the same thing again tomorrow. I mean, I'm absolutely shocked that it held up and that there's still a bunch more around. I thought after yesterday it was going to be done, but there's obviously more fish coming, a lot more than I thought, so it's definitely a good thing. We'll see how she goes. Be nice to catch one more giant bag tomorrow and have a little cushion, but we'll see.
There it is. It's marching back to Palatka. In a great mood.
We need a last-second catch from Clun. Not rooting,
Yeah, we
but
do.
we
We do.
just got to get in that top 50.
What flight is he in?
I think he's later today. He's either third or fourth, okay. So he's 4 or 4:30.
That's where it's all going to happen right there. City dock there in Palatka, Florida. Great place, great facility for a weigh-in, just like it was built for that purpose here. Great crowds. Everything cranks up at 3 o'clock Eastern time. That's when the check-in starts and the weigh-in begins. Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River, Palatka, Florida. Sponsored by Ranger Boats. By Rapala. And by Yamaha. Soon they'll all start checking in right there. City of Palatka as we take a look at our unofficial leaderboard. Bass Track tells us that Corey Johnston has had a fantastic day. Close to 25 pounds.
Yes, and you know, as much as Corey said he'd like to catch a big bag to have a nice cushion going into Sunday, slow down, my friend. So we do not need that going into a 5 or 6 hour FS1 spread on Championship
Cushion. That's not cushion time. That's fishing time.
Fishing time.
That's when we try to run up the score.
John Cox,
right?
big turnaround today.
Big, yeah, went down there, did not find the big ones he was looking for. A long trip down, or up river, I should say, to De Leon Springs, and didn't get it. Yeah, that's what you told me to say. Kyle Norsetter hanging in there in the top 20. Bill Lowen started the day in the top 10, couldn't quite get anything rolling today.
Logan Latuso with a 19th right now. He had 25th last week.
Trey McKinney, Trey McKinney, one of our big stories today. Had to do some penalty time, 90 minutes of penalty time due to an infraction of Bassmaster rules regarding a bridge and running.
And not only that, he said his main goal was to just crack into that top, you know, to make the cut to tomorrow and then gain ground. So it looks like he has unofficially done that.
You'd say he's done it. You certainly would. Jamie Hartman and Stetson Blaylock. Scott Martin wrapping up his Florida fishing for the year here. At least tournament, Bassmaster tournament style fishing. Ben Milliken, Hunter Shryock, John Garrett, 49th place. That's an upgrade. About 75th yesterday,
and it's got to go up from there.
So got to go up.
Safe. Hey, see Clover.
Greg Hackney listed as 57th place. We don't know whether to quite.
We don't believe
invest
that.
in that. No, we're not buying into any of that right now.
Friend of the program and truly unbelievable on anything documented from Greg.
Paul Bueller, former winner here, having a disappointing day so far. Down in 60th place.
Hamner was 17 pounds today.
Who?
Yeah, Hamner.
Justin Hamner.
Classic
had
champ.
A pretty good day after bad
Next to
first
last to probably in the top 70.
Well, let's get a few final thoughts on a really tough day from Caleb Sumrall.
Almost 30 pounds of bass yesterday. Man, we had a rough day, dude. Like I said, my initial flat that I fished and caught all my weight on yesterday was super muddy. I caught one fish off of it and lost a giant, just like scoping or using my sonar. It just didn't pan out, dude. I got in a bad rotation with other bed fish, and that's what happens when you're bed fishing solely. If you're dividing those fish up and you get in a bad rotation, you can be left on the short end of that stick real quick. And that's exactly what happened to us. We caught one fish and lost two. I don't think I couldn't even caught 5 if I wanted to. Just one of those days, man. It's gonna happen in the fishing. Tried my hardest not to let it happen, but it did. We'll change some stuff up tomorrow, catch a big bag, and get back in it.
We have seen it before. We've seen even bigger stumbles than that happen out here for sure.
His stumble today will ensure that we won't have a wire-to-wire winner like last week with John Garrett, which we haven't had. John was the only one for the elites so far this year to do wire-to-wire. The first 2 elites were not one. by the same guy who led day one.
Over to Corey Johnston. On the move right now. He said he's going to allow himself an hour and 15 minutes to get back there just to be safe. And certainly wouldn't want to do anything to endanger your great total that you put together today, listed as 24 pounds. Could be more than that.
And kind of had that vibe at the end of the day. He was starting to mark a lot of fish to save for tomorrow. Not giants, but you can start saving 12 to 14 pounds and mix in one of those big bites. And you almost got to say, with that full moon that's coming, I believe that it is on the 21. Don't you ever.
See?
Right in the middle. It is.
Train of thought, gone.
Sparkling thoughts, feeling good on a powerful replay of the day. Well, there is a primal urge. Corey Johnston using perspective view on his depth finder in low light conditions. Obviously had a big day all day, but that one right there, not using his eyes, using technology, big bite right there for Corey Johnston. By far and away, you are powerful replay today. That was a great fish catch.
7-pounder. Box there for Corey Johnston. Great start to his day. Been solid otherwise.
We talk about John Cox being one making a big risk this week, making a long run. If he could get 2 of those, he caught a 5 yesterday, he caught a 7 today. If it's a 7, if he can do 2 of those, we can see him get back in the game.
That's right.
Maybe so.
Could be top 10.
Zoolander over there.
No.
How confident is Corey in Plan B, though, or Plan C? I mean, it was just...
But he's going to be right around 50 pounds for 2 days. I believe you are looking at a guy that's going to have to be locked in unless everything caves on in. Out to Caleb Kufal. Some final thoughts.
Yeah, the day kind of went the same as yesterday. I didn't have a whole lot of bites. I think I landed 8 keeper fish today, and that's just kind of the way it's been for me. I started out fishing that pad line, had a couple bites there, landed 1 keeper. Ran up to just some channels. I thought I could get some bites in there. I did have 3 fish show themselves, but I only caught 1. And then I ran way down south to my dock bite. The dock bite has been a lot better for size, and I'm really glad I made that move because I only caught 2 fish, but they were my best 2 fish of the day. So, I was fishing docks with a jig down there, and then we moved back up north to fish the pads again, and it just wasn't the same as yesterday. I'm not sure if a couple more hours need to pass before that bite gets real good, but caught a few fish flipping over there, just flipping a Cinco. I had been, yesterday catching them on a jackhammer, just right on the edge. And, when you come to Florida, you need those big bites, and I just didn't get those today. Yesterday I had 2 of them, real thankful for those. But today, I did land 1, 3.5 pound fish. That's going to go a long way towards my bag today. So that'll do it. That's a wrap. Hopefully we qualified for tomorrow.
Thank you, Caleb Kufal. Very
Absolutely.
succinct.
Absolutely.
Good assessment of his day here today. Like you said, is it hard to put 2 great days together in the state of Florida? That's a long-standing,
always is, Tom.
Rule of thumb here, Sunshine State.
A lot of folks thought it would take around 18 and a half pounds a day to hold that trophy. Obviously, Corey Johnston well above that pace.
Yep.
As we march into semifinal Saturday.
With our weights basically being in that 75 to 82, probably for average over the 8 elites that we've had here. Like you said, Z, with 50 pounds for 2 days, Corey 15 a day the next 2 days.
Corey indicating he's got some he's going back for in the morning. The wind is supposed to get up tomorrow, but per Such, as Such's version is, it doesn't start till later in the day, so it should provide an opportunity to have at him, huh?
That's weather in Leesburg, so.
I think that late day wind and combined with a lot of Saturday recreational traffic. Boy, it would be best to get your job done early in the area we were in most of the day today. With guys like Matt Airy, Chris Johnston, Corey Johnston, Caleb Sumrall.
Yep. Caleb go back there. He's got to get past that weigh-in first, but he gets back in. It'll be interesting to see whether he gives it a try again. Why wouldn't you? I mean, you got
why not?
What a history. 28 pounds and 8 ounces, or not much.
Hey, hats off the last couple days with Rick Clun. It was
500, man.
Special couple days. Love to see him pull it out.
If he does, we'll be with the top 9 and him.
That's
if
right.
Not,
top 10.
He's going to hang around and be on site. So if you're around Florida, you want to get to Palatka, meet the legend in his 500th. Word is Trip Weldon just made the drive over from Alabama to be there to see Rick for his 500th. Awesome.
I wish we could all be there. It'd be fitting. He's done so much for all of us. Oldest sport, for sure. Laid the foundation. Got the weigh-in, checking in, starting just seconds away, and a few minutes after that, the weigh-in will crank up there at City Dock, Palatka, Florida. Our coverage tomorrow, we start earlier than usual on FS1, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We will bring you 3 solid hours of coverage then. FS1, and it continues on Bassmaster.com. So get ready for the weigh-in. Get ready to find out who the 50 anglers will be to fish on semifinal Saturday on the St. Johns River.
Oh, yeah. Over to it.
No!
There she is.
Yeah! Yes, sir! Woo! Yeah! Oh my gosh! Yeah! Let's go! Got her. Yes, sir. Yeah!